Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became a teacher instead of a hero? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Life doesn't always go the way you want it to. Sometimes it just throws you in a garbage can and lights the garbage can on fire and laughs as you scream in agony. And all you can do is tell yourself that it'll be okay. That you'll be okay. And sometimes you're right and you wake up the next morning to a wonderful day full of sunshine and rainbows and singing birds and you start living life in a DMN Disney movie. Other times you're wrong. The cycle just continues. Maybe life adds lighter fluid next time. Or fills the bottom of the can with dead fish. And it's up to you to get up off your sorry butt and do something to fix your life because it is clear that you're basically alone. When there's no hero coming to save you, you're forced to save yourself. Be your own hero. Midoriya Izuku, after a life of wanting to be a hero despite his quirklessness, decides to finally take his life into his own hands. You can blame that neglected-looking ad on the corkboard in the convenience store. Tutoring. Must have at least a first-year middle school education. We'll pay as well as we can. Contact for more details. He's just starting his second year in a few weeks. It works. He tears off one of the phone number tabs, stuffing it in his pocket before he checks out. Even if he can't be a hero the traditional way, he can still help people. He can still be their hero. He'll have to talk to Mom about it, but he hopes she'll approve. Besides, why turn down the money? When Mom walks in the door that night, Izuku is waiting at the table, shaking out of nervousness. What if she says, no? He knows it's probably stupid to be this worried about a simple no, but he can't help it. This small piece of paper is his ticket toward any future he can possibly live with. Mom? He squeaks, cursing the way his voice portrays his nerves so obviously. She takes off her jacket, laying it over the back of a chair before sitting in it. What is it, honey? She asks gently. Izuku opens his mouth to explain the ad, his thoughts, anything, but his voice decides to stop working. His jaw snaps shut and his molars grind. God damn it, he's going to do this if it kills him. He tries again, doing his best to sound even halfway coherent. There was an ad. They wanted a tutor. I wanted to apply, he forces out, barely above a whisper. Izuku sets the phone number on the table between them. See, can I? It's his way of being a hero. At least for now. Mom glances at the paper before looking at Izuku. Of course you can, sweetheart. Though I would like to talk to these people first. I don't want to be sending you into something I know nothing about. How does that sound? Tears well up before Izuku knows what hit him. Thank you, he sobs. Him and his overactive tear ducts. Mom approved. She called the people and she approved. She gave Izuku a taser, but she still approved. So that is how Izuku finds himself walking through the bad part of town that could have been his route home from school had he not been scared off by the shouting among other things. It's how he ends up knocking on a rickety-looking door timidly and being pulled into the house violently and shoved against the door. Who are you? A gruff voice demands. At this point, the only thing keeping Izuku from being slumped on the floor is the hand holding his shirt. I'm tutor? He stutters through his tears. I'm wrong address? This was a bad idea. This was a very bad. The hand lets go and Izuku falls to the floor, skiing in air like it's going out of style. Midoriya? The voice asks, much gentler now. Izuku nods, eyes glued to the floor between his knees. I'm sorry. We can't be too careful around here. Izuku pushes out, scared stiff. The man crouches down in front of him and Izuku glances up, seeing half-purple half-red eyes wide with concern. Are you okay? Did you get here safely? Izuku nods, wiping tear tracks from his face. Just a little scared. He pulls the taser from his backpack. Didn't need to use this, he laughs tentatively. My name is Aru, the man says, helping Izuku to his feet. Thank you for taking the offer. No one wants to come to this part of town. He chuckles drily for a second before sighing. Probably because we can't even trust children that knock on our doors. Follow me. I'll show you Dash. A girl just a bit smaller than Izuku runs into the room, jumping onto Aru's back. Aru! Is this him? Is he gonna teach me? Izuku stumbles back, running into the door again. Well, isn't he skittish? Aru grins, reaching behind himself to pull the girl off of him, setting her down by his side. Midoriya, meet Sora. Sora, this is going to be your teacher, Midoriya. All of what she knows she had to teach herself. We couldn't. I don't know how much your mother told you, but we couldn't afford to send her to school. Something stabs in Izuku's gut. Even if school is such a hell to him, a place that brings pain and suffering and marks he has to hide from his mother, he can't imagine not having it. Not having a place for him to soak up information and learn about the world. He doesn't want to imagine it. He nods to himself resolutely. He's going to help. He has to help. No child should be barred from an education. Okay, Sora, he decides. I need to see what you know. Is there someplace we can work in relative peace? Sora's eyes light up. Thank you. My room. She grabs his wrist and tugs him along as she sprints through the house. Come on, she laughs. I'll need to work on her grammar, and she knows next to no English. I wonder if she'd be able to learn through watching things with English audio and Japanese subtitles. As for math, what Izuku assumes is the front door slams against a wall, shaking the room. Where the F is my money? Someone shouts downstairs. Sora's eyes widen and she curses under her breath. Mito, you gotta go, she hisses, moving things away from the window and shoving it open. He doesn't move, so she grabs him by the front of his shirt, pulling him toward the window. Please. It isn't safe right now. Go home. We'll call when it's safe to come back. She forces him out onto the fire escape. Numbly, he starts climbing down the stairs and pushing down the ladder. When he gets to the bottom, Sora pulls the ladder back up. He doesn't want to leave her. It feels wrong. So very wrong. I'll be fine, Sora snaps, as if reading his mind. Just go. So he does. He reaches the end of the block when he hears the gunshot. And that's how his second day of tutoring ends. By the end of his first week, Sora had to send him away once more. As he walks to Aru's house, people stop him, asking him to teach their kids. Or even teach them. Living in slums like this, not the best for getting a proper education. The more time Izuku spends around here, the more he's convinced. No one cares. No police come through here unless a murder has already happened, and even that doesn't ensure their presence. Izuku has yet to see a single hero around, despite the fact that he would see 2 to 3 weekly in any other part of town, at least one a day in the more populated areas. He doesn't like that these people have to live like this. It's the least he can do to not charge them for his services. Some people choose to give him money despite his protests that they need it more than he does. Some people send him off with food, which he prefers to give to those who can't get enough otherwise. At the end of his second week, he has a 2-hour teaching time blocked out during which he teaches a class as best he can, followed by an hour of individual help. Halfway through his third, he learns why certain groups don't show up to class when others do. He finds out more about the people he's been teaching. So he changes things up. Monday and Thursday he teaches Aru's group. Tuesdays and Friday are for the group that Dabigai is part of. Wednesdays and Saturdays are for Yuki and her people. Sundays are for whoever wants to come and promises not to kill anyone else. Of course, this doesn't mean that Dabi can't come on Monday or something. The scheduled days are just so everyone can come without being forced to be in the same room as someone they don't get along with. Izuku doesn't want to call them gangs, but in all honesty, that's what they are. School starts up again and Izuku has to shift his schedule. He goes to school, goes to teach, and goes home. He doesn't do much else, unless Sora or Yuki convince him to stay out a bit later or to meet them at this soda shop or that ice cream stand. He doesn't have that much else to do. He is glad for the long sleeves of his uniform. The people he teaches already have enough to worry about, what with paying bills or debts or figuring out how to get their next meals. He doesn't want them worrying about the bruises or the cuts or the burns. Sadly, though, this doesn't last for long. Mito, Sora says when she meets him at the end of the road as he comes from school. You're limping. That is. No, I'm not, he assures, not correcting the limp in the least. Sora knocks his shoulder and he says in a breath. And I'm a J-pop star. Mito, what happened? Nothing. His voice is sharp as he trudges on ahead. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. GTSKS. That's just going to make me worry more. Then worry. Mito just keeps coming in worse and worse shape. It started with the limp. Then she saw the bruise barely hidden under his sleeve. The way he flinched when she gesticulated too violently, Mito taught her the word, gesticulate. It's a good word. The red marks around his neck. The way he winced when he sat down. Finally, Sora has had enough. Take off your shirt, she demands. What? Excuse me, the boy stutters, his face going red. Her eyes narrow. I'm not stupid. Something is clearly going on. I'm not going to sit around and wait till you show up with a DMN crutch. Tell me what is happening or take off your shirt and let me draw my own conclusions. He shakes his head. It's no dash. If you try and tell me it's nothing one more time, Midoriya Izuku, I will put my hand or your head through a effing wall. What happened? The boy blanches as he sinks down in his chair. He mumbles something. Sora leans closer, expression daring him to pull something. What was that? Mito shrinks down even further. The kids at school make fun of me because I'm quirkless, he whimpers. I twitching, Sora gets up from the table. That is clearly more than just making fun of. She pulls open the door. Aru, she shouts, hearing Mito clamber from his seat. Sora, wait. She whips around, pinning him with her glare. He stops moving immediately. You come here. Getting beaten and bloodied and bruised for God knows how long. And you want me to wait? Aru comes into the room in a hurry. Sora, is everything okay? Mito tries to reply. Absolutely not, Sora interrupts. His classmates are bullying him over something stupid. Mito's eyes go wide, pleading with them to stop. Aru's fists clench and vines start to creep between the floorboards. I will take care of that issue, he grits out. Sora knows that Aru has come to see Mito like he sees her. Like his kid. He pulls out his phone, starting to dial, when Mito jumps at him, trying to pry the phone from his hands. Please. Please don't, he begs. Don't hurt them. Even if he doesn't like saying it, Mito knows what kind of people they are. The way things work around here. If you need to do something, teach me to fight. If you can't, find someone who can. I don't want them getting hurt because of me. It's not their fault they were taught, quirkless means worthless. Sora doesn't like how Mito stands up for these people. The ones that hurt him. Seem to treat him like a punching bag. She tries. Aru holds up a hand, silencing her. Fine, he says. I'll find someone with a body type similar to yours to help you fight. Stay an extra hour or two after your lessons, or maybe cut some out. You will tell your mother about the bullying so she can do something about it with the school. Am I clear? Mito shrinks under his gaze. They won't care. The teachers. The school. They never cared. Why would they start now, he mutters. Sora's guardian forces Mito to look up at him. Am. Clear? The boy nods. Yes, sir. Mom. Izuku calls as he walks in the door. Can we talk? Inko comes to sit at the dining room table, a questioning look on her face. Mom, I think I'm getting bullied at school. She knew it. She wishes that she was wrong. That her boy was just really clumsy. But she knew that wasn't the case. She had the sinking feeling ever since the bruises started appearing. It had only gotten worse when he started trying to hide them. She should have done something. No matter how many times she asked him about it, he just said he fell. He tripped. He bumped into the desk. Inko wishes she had intervened earlier. She should have, and that guilt will sit with her forever. But now that Izuku has come forward about it on his own, hell hath no fury like an angry mother. Instead of walking to the less-than-safe part of town, Izuku starts running. Instead of fearing for his life as soon as he enters said part, Izuku starts feeling as safe there as he does in his own house. Instead of getting curious, somewhat predatory stares, Izuku starts receiving friendly hellos and waves. How funny that he feels safer in such a lawless part of town than in his own school. Of course, Izuku still has to make it through school to be able to go to his safe haven. As he organizes a lesson plan during the break, a calloused hand snatches his notebook from his hand. Hey there, what ya got here? Catch, Katsuki sneers. Katsuki. He flips through the pages for a moment. The F is all this? Job, Izuku says quietly. Just go away. Just give it back and go away. Katsuki barks a laugh. A job? While I'm so goddamn happy you decided to give up on that impossible hero dream, really, Deku? You actually think you can do anything? You're worthless. He tears out a page, throwing it over his shoulder. Useless. Another page. Stupid and unnecessary. Another. No one will ever need a quirkless piece of sheet like you. He tears the notebook in half, exploding it and throwing it out. He then rips Izuku out of his chair and forces him against the wall with a hand to his throat. Why don't you just give up? On everything? On living, a mental Katsuki jeers in his mind. Shut up, Izuku hisses back. Izuku's mind then shuts down, his body moving on its own. His arm raises above his head before he twists, breaking Katsuki's grip. He then buries his elbow in the blonde's eye socket. The elbow is the perfect shape to fit nicely into someone's eye socket. Akiko, the guy training him for the most part, whispers in his head. When Katsuki stumbles back with a roar, Izuku grabs his backpack and dashes across the hall, opening a window and jumping out onto the grass, running for his life. When he gets a good couple blocks from the school and he doesn't hear explosions telling him his life is coming to a close, he collapses against the wall of an alley, laughing hysterically despite the fact that he's out of breath. He did it. He stood up to Katsuki. Oh, dear God, he stood up to Katsuki. The adrenaline rush dies out and what he did finally hits him. I'm dead. I'm dead. 124% dead. I'm dead and Katsuki is going to kill me. Murder me. Dead, 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 duh. Are you alright? Izuku opens his eyes to be met with gold ones. He tries to scramble back, just squishing himself further against the wall. Child, you have no reason to fear. I do not wish to hurt you. I was just concerned as I saw you against the wall, looking on the verge of tears. I'm fine, sir. Thank you, Izuku assures, pushing to his feet. I was just going for a run. Smooth. The man, who looks like he's made of mist, takes a step back and somehow gives him a skeptical look. Which is why you're still in a school uniform and carrying a backpack, I presume? Heck, I go directly from school to my job. The trains don't run at good times for it, and running is a bit faster than walking. Thank you for your concern, though. Maybe he should try learning parkour or free running or something. Could be helpful for getting out of sticky situations. In the back of his mind, a voice whispers that it would help when he becomes a hero, but he squishes that down nice and quick. He gave up on that dream already. He doesn't have to be a pro hero if he can be a hero in his own right. When Izuku tries to walk away, the man follows. Would you mind if I accompanied you to your destination? You seem distressed, and I would hate for something to happen to you. Alarms go off in Izuku's head, and not all of them are stranger danger ones. The biggest one is that he knows that the people in the slums don't take too kindly to strangers. He would hate to ruin any trust he has already built up with them. I would mind. Very much. Please do not follow me, Izuku replies coldly. He's not trying to be rude. He's just trying to keep the peace. When Izuku reaches the street, after having taken about 7 detours to make sure that Mist Guy wasn't following him, he is met by Sora, who looks worried. It's bad today. You're going home. Right now. Normally he'd take Sora at her word and go home. Today, though, he can't make himself. No, I'm not, he says, determination filling his every word despite the fact that he didn't will them out. His legs move on their own as he marches forward, disregarding Sora's protests. His ears block out the shouts and the gunshots and the cries of pain as he grabs a fallen, and seemingly bloodied, handgun from the street before climbing a fire escape, slightly breaking into an apartment. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And leaning out a window that overlooks the street. Below him, 2 gangs are basically at each other's throat. Yuki's and Dabi's, it seems. Parents shuffle their kids inside or mourn over their fallen bodies. It's strange how little blood affects him now, just a few months after taking this job. He raises the gun to the sky and fires off 3 shots before yelling, "Stop!" Surprisingly, it works. The fights die down as both sides turn to look up at him. "You have to the count of 5, he announces. "Anyone still holding a weapon or causing someone harm by the time I get to 5 bans themselves and their gang from my lessons permanently." 1, 2, 3 dash. Metal clatters to the ground and people let go of each other, raising their hands above their heads as if to prove they weren't doing anything. "Help take care of anyone who is injured, regardless of faction. Class will begin an hour later than normal." He lets the pistol fall to the pavement with a sigh. "Dimin. Not bad. Quicker conflict resolution than it typically is, at least." The boy turns around to see Sora standing behind him with a smirk. "When you grow a backbone?" Izuku lets out a shaky laugh. "I didn't. God, that could have been bad. Why'd you let me do that?" She pats him on the shoulder before dragging him by the shirt. "Not sure I could have stopped you. Didn't want to try after you grabbed the gun. Come on, let's get you cleaned up a little. I'd hate for you to be caught red-handed in regards to a crime you didn't commit." Wait, the gun had blood on it. The gun had blood on it. How the hell did he not freak out over that? "What the hell did I just do?" Sora laughs as she puts his hands under the water running from the sink of whoever owns this apartment. He broke into an apartment, and scrubs the red from his hands. "You swore. There's still hope for you yet." Izuku groans wordlessly as Sora continues to laugh and scrub. It hurts to realize how little people actually care about each other. When you get right down to it, there's a reason you're liable to catch sight of at least one hero on any given outing to the city while never seeing a single one if you spend a week in the poor parts of town. Heroes have to have the press on their side. They have to act somewhere where some media outlet will report it. The press doesn't go to the less pretty areas because that isn't what their audience wants to see. Those areas don't get any improvement because the press won't cover them and the public gets to remain in blissful ignorance instead of stepping up to do something. If the press won't go there, the heroes won't either. And all that about crime is most prevalent in the more populated areas of the city, which defines where heroes will patrol? A crock of crap that clearly ignores the most densely populated areas of the city, where the most crime does happen and gets ignored. It feels fake. And to see All Might's smile beaming at him from every corner of his room just feels wrong. First to go are the posters in front of and above Izuku's bed and on his door. The ones he has to look at every day. Next week takes the ones next to his bed and the plushies from his desk. The next 2 see his closet being mostly cleaned out as well as the limited edition stuff, like that lunchbox or the sweatshirt that says, "All Night." He doesn't destroy any of it. He still respects what heroes do. He doesn't sell it. Not yet, at least. He just shoves everything into the back of his mother's closet. Izuku doesn't like the faded areas around where the posters once were. "Mom, can we paint my room?" That piece of sheet Deku has been getting a big head lately. It started the day he decided to grow a DMN spine and fight back for once in his life. Gave Katsuki a black eye, the BSTRD. He doesn't like it. The freak is forgetting his place. He's not quivering under Katsuki's stare like he should, or stepping out of the way first. He's playing fast and dirty rather than just taking the hits he deserves. It's as if he actually thinks he matters. Like he's worth putting up a fight for. F.I.N.G. disgusting. "Oi, Deku!" Katsuki shouts as the boy walks to class. The fucker has the nerve to ignore him. "You piece of dash. Why?" The question stops Katsuki cold. It's asked so sincerely it makes the blonde want to puke. "Why? Why what? What the hell should I have to explain to a nobody like you? Why do you do this?" Deku walks away around the corner after that, as if Katsuki's answer doesn't mean a thing to him. As if Katsuki doesn't mean a thing to him. He'll show him. Katsuki runs around the corner, palms popping, just to find that shitty Deku is FNG gone. What the F dash? Izuku hides in an empty classroom, where he has shoved himself between the wall and a cabinet, waiting for Katsuki to leave. As the angry shouts recede, he pries himself from his hiding spot, thanking literally everything that Katsuki was too caught up in himself to check the room. "It'll be fine. Mom already threatened the school with legal action if the teachers didn't at least intervene when they saw someone bullying him. It's fine. He just has to get to his classroom and he'll be safe. He'll be fine. He enters the room and Katsuki jumps from his seat and goes on his little tirade. Deku, you dash. Bakug, please sit down, their teacher sighs, low-key glaring at Izuku as he makes his way to his desk. A feeling in his chest makes Izuku want to stick his tongue out at the man, but he refrains, not wanting to give anyone anything to hold against him. The class begins and Izuku pulls out his new notebook. Third one this month. You can guess what or who happened to the last two. He starts scrawling out lesson plans as one does during a completely unrelated class. He's been tutoring, teaching, whatever you want it to be, for a few months now. More than a few months, really. He started at the end of March. It's now October and honestly he feels more confident. He doesn't feel the need to hide his very existence, to step out of anyone's way, to avert his eyes to avoid eye contact. He doesn't feel the need to reduce himself any further. And honestly, it feels pretty DMN good. Izuku's shoulders don't hunch under the teacher's exasperated stare, as if his very presence here is doing the man a personal disservice. His voice doesn't shake nearly as much as it once did. Most of the bruises he has aren't from his classmates. For once, the thought of school doesn't drive a metal pipe through his gut. It's nice. Dabi, you do realize that not telling me will just make me more curious, don't you? Izuku points out, sprawled out on the guy's couch. The patchwork man glares at him. Wow. How very interesting. Get out of my house, he deadpants. Izuku smiles, shrugging. It's cold out there and you left your window unlocked. Obviously, you wanted me to pop in and say, hi. You know, soon I'll start thinking you don't like me. I don't. Dabi points to the door. Get out. Out of everyone here, Izuku knows all but one backstory. Sora ran away from home because her parents would have hurt her if they found out she was bisexual. Aru accidentally took a job for his faction, not realizing that they were less than legal. Ochako's family got Sekiden when they went a little too far into debt. There is only one person that hasn't revealed their reasons for being here one way or another, Dabi. No one else knows. Dabi refuses to tell. Izuku doesn't know when it went from annoying to actually bothersome, but it happened somewhere along the line. At some point, it became this nagging thing he just couldn't ignore. I'll leave if you tell me. Dabi turns fully toward the boy, his hand lighting up with blue fire. You can leave now, unharmed, or you can leave in a body bag or urn. Your choice, kid. Maybe Izuku is overestimating his worth, but how much does he actually care? Please don't set anything on fire. I'm out of salt. Besides, you do realize that harming me in the least would bring 3 factions, including your own, down on your head, right? The fire extinguishes itself. I hate that you're right. He walks to the door, opening it. If you're not leaving, I am. Lock everything when you go. Dabi slams the door shut behind him, leaving Izuku alone in the apartment to sigh. One day. He'll learn the truth one day. Izuku crawls back out the window. He wonders if Ochako would want to do something today. He knows how this will be received. He does. I want to go to UA, he tells the counselor. She gives him a patronizing, pitying smile in return. Midoriya, are you sure? What with your situation? Izuku shakes his head. Your situation. His situation is what led him to get beaten up daily for a good 9 or so years. To get treated as a second-class citizen most of his life. And he isn't going to stand by for that any longer. The hero course isn't the only course at UA, ma'am. The woman blanches. Slightly. I know, but dash. And the hero course is not the only good course in UA. Yes, it is a highly competitive school. Yes, the written exam is brutal. Do my grades not show that I at least have a shot? Even if it's just general studies? If you come up with a legitimate reason I shouldn't apply that isn't just the "you're quirkless" that I've heard my entire life, please, let me know. I want to be making the best choices I can with my future. As a school faculty member, you're supposed to help ensure that. Not further any agenda you may or may not have. Izuku stands up, bidding the woman adieu. Did he go too far there? Did he overreact? No matter how much he tells himself that he's given up on being a hero, he can't shove it from his mind. Being a teacher would be a fulfilling career, and he'd be able to do his best to bring tolerance to the next generation. But that isn't what he really wants to do with his life. He's seen the injustice in this world. The way the poorer parts of town are neglected. The fact that in the last 10 or so months, he has seen maybe 2 heroes anywhere near Sora Street, if that. Both underground. Because there is absolutely no glory to be had from stopping a robbery in the slums. Maybe, just maybe, this quirkless tutor from Yuzurifu can actually do something. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking. For a hot second there, things seemed to be going pretty well. Izuku was actually pretty happy. Katsuki hadn't pulled any stunts. The teachers have taken his mother's threats seriously. Only 3 fights have broken out in the past month during or surrounding any of Izuku's lessons. While it isn't very visible, he's gained some muscle. Sure, it's all lean as hell, because his kind of body type doesn't bulk up, but he could and has thrown a chair if he wanted and or needed to. This might actually be the happiest he's been since he was diagnosed as quirkless. All good things, however, must come to an end. He scrunches down in his desk as his homeroom teacher goes over high school pics at the start of the 2nd week of Izuku's 3rd year. And he just has to point out that Izuku wants to go to UA. Because that's not going to backfire on Izuku in any way. Nope, not at all. Somehow, Katsuki keeps his sheet together well enough not to attack Izuku. He just shouts. A lot. That is until after class. Izuku stays back a bit longer, too absorbed in his notebook to notice that class ended. This one is one of his quirk analysis notebooks. He stretches, only now realizing that everyone is gone. Well, not everyone. Katsuki stalks in and takes his notebook, flanked on either side by 2 of his cronies. Wing Guy and Finger Guy. Those 2 always spell fun. Izuku questions when he became such a sarcastic prick. He's going to blame Sora and Yuki for the most part. Maybe Dabi a bit too. How Ochako remained so sweet despite living there will remain a mice. Oh, there are some people that want his attention. Howdy, fellas. Can I help you on this fine afternoon? Katsuki sneers. Don't apply to you, Deku, he advises. I'm going to be the only one from this shitty school in the middle of ass-fuck nowhere to make it into the hero course. Year me? All Izuku can do is raise an eyebrow. Actually, we're in Muzurifu, not the middle of ass-fuck nowhere. Have you been falling asleep during geography, Katsuki? He stands up, putting his hand out for his notebook, squaring his shoulders and looking the boy in the eye. It seems to unnerve him just the tiniest bit to have Izuku standing up to him so blatantly, fearless despite the walking atom bomb in front of him. The hero course isn't the only thing UA is known for, anyway. Would you give me back my notebook? The blonde holds up the notebook in question. This one. Izuku nods and Katsuki places his other palm against the cover. Whoops, he mocks, detonating against the cover a few times. You but. He then chucks the damaged book out the FING window. What do you want? Izuku demands, wanting nothing more than to deck him. That notebook was almost filled. It took him so damn long to fill it to that point. And this dandelion-looking a-hole has the audacity to just poof it out of existence. Maybe it'll be salvageable enough that he can transfer it to another notebook. It's Katsuki's turn to raise an eyebrow. What do I want? I want you to just give up. To finally realize that all you'll ever be is a goddamned doormat and to accept that you peaked when there was still a chance of your quirk coming in. ETSKS, kicking Izuku's backpack. I want you to finally understand that your best shot at ever meaning anything is taking a swan dive off the FING roof and hoping for a quirk in the next life. He walks to the door, his lackeys not far behind, before he stops, throwing a look over his shoulder at the boy shaking in what is definitely not fear, but anger. Why don't you give that a try? The message is clear. Kill yourself. Do us all a favor and end it all already. And Izuku, ever the people pleaser, smiles. Okay. Cat, Bakugu. He doesn't deserve to have his given name used anymore. Izuku has too much newly gained self-respect for that. Bakugu whips back around. What? He demands. Izuku's smile grows wider. I said, okay. Congratulations, Bakugu. You've won. Are you proud? He pushes past the trio and out into the hallway, carefree in all regards. Are you happy now? I'm going to jump off the roof and go splat. And you're going to be the one to tell my mother exactly why her only son is now just another short paragraph in the obituary section of the newspaper. He laughs and Bakugo cries out in confused outrage before realization finally sets in. He laughs as he runs for the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time before he puts his free running into practice, hauling himself up flights at a time till he finally reaches the roof, Bakugo chasing quickly after. He laughs as he takes his shoes off and waits on the edge of the roof as Bakugo slams the door open, eyes wide with panic. Dash. Goodbye, Kaken. Izuku steps backward off the roof and falls with a smile on his face. Goodbye, Kaken. The words ring in Katsuki's ears as Deku steps backward, quickly disappearing from sight. He waits in horror for the thud. The splat. Whatever noise accompanies a however many story drop of a human body onto pavement. It was a joke. He didn't mean for. He didn't want. Deku wasn't supposed to take him seriously. It was just a joke, right? A morbid curiosity draws Katsuki to the edge of the roof. He doesn't want to see Deku's body. He doesn't. He just has to make sure this isn't some sort of effed-up dream. Looking over the edge, he expects to see green and black surrounded by red. Maybe some onlookers freaking out and calling the cops. He can just lie. He was trying to talk him down. Yeah, that's what. Where's Deku? The pavement below Katsuki is clean. FING spotless. A head leans out one of the windows with a bright smile. Hi, Bakugo. You didn't kill me yet. But you could have, had I not had the support I have currently. Had this happened just a year ago. Words hurt. As much, if not more than your stupid quirk. His smile goes from bright to threatening. I hope you've learned your lesson. It jumps back to dazzling in an instant. Wanna throw my shoes down? Shock holds Katsuki in place. He's not dead. Then rage. I'll FING kill him. He throws the shoes to the pavement as hard as he can. FING BSTRD. Stepping away from the edge, he shoves his hands in his pockets and ignores the extras that insist on following him around. Get your FING panties out of their knots. The DMN nerd didn't go through with it. But he could have. Katsuki scowls. Shut the F up. He almost did. I said, shut up. Had he F'd up the landing, missed whatever he grabbed, had anything gone remotely wrong, he'd be dead. Shut the F. And it'd be all. Fault. Katsuki roars in wordless rage, putting his fist through the wall and ripping it out, stalking away from his cronies. Stupid motherfuckers and stupid FNG voice in his head. Then that hurt. Izuku groans to himself. As he fell, he grabbed a windowsill, barely able to haul himself up and into the room. He'd better work on improving that. He did hurt his shoulder. If he dislocated it, Sora and Aru, basically anyone remotely connected to his teaching will kill him. What was his thought process there? What was he planning? You think he was thinking logically at all in that moment? What was he thinking? I'll FING show you. So he did. By jumping. The roof. Everyone is going to kill him for that alone. He does have to say, though, if he dies, he is more than glad he got to see that confused look on Bakugo's face when he realized he didn't commit involuntary manslaughter. He can die happy now. When he said he could die happy, Izuku didn't mean that he was ready or wanted to die. He fights against the slime trying to force its way into his body. This can't be legal in the least. Stop squirming, his assailant orders. Like FING hell. Clawing at his mouth clearly isn't doing a thing. He moves his hands around wildly, trying to find something, anything, to grab onto. That'd be something to grab onto. And grab onto it he does. And throw it he does quickly afterward. F dash, the guy shouts, falling away from Izuku's body and leaving him coughing and gasping for air. A rush of air knocks Izuku off his feet and the startled villain to kingdom come. I am here, an easily recognized voice rings out. You were almost here too late, Izuku grumbles internally, still trying to clear his lungs. Are you all right, my boy? Izuku glares up at the hero, trying to communicate, just effing hunky-dory, you absolute grapefruit, with his eyes. Clearly, it doesn't work. I'm going to contain him, then I'll be back. How does that sound? Just go do the hero thing. Forget about me like you will when you find out I'm quirkless. Well, now he just sounds depressing. The hero goes off to do what he said he would as Izuku fixes his breathing. Ask him. It's always bothered Izuku that there's so little known about All Might's quirk. Ask him. What if it's ask him just something boring like strength enhance ask him meant? Or, sir? Oh, what the hell? Why do you do this? Why are you the way that you are? Could someone never mind? I already know the answer. It's going to be the same as everyone else's. Ignore me. All Might glances at him curiously before his eyes widen just the tiniest bit. Had he not accidentally trained himself to look for tells of a starting brawl, Izuku might not have noticed it. Of course, now that he has, he's on edge. He grabs his fallen possessions. At least his notebook hasn't been damaged any further. My boy, would you mind coming with me for a moment? 20 million stranger danger bells go off in Izuku's head, even though this is the #1 hero. Or maybe because he's the #1 hero. I mean, look at the #2. His casualty rates are higher than some high-profile villains. He only gets away with it because of his pretty little plastic rectangle and a stupid number. Of course, the hero wouldn't consider this, as he is supposed to bring comfort to civilians. So, in essence, this is the moment Izuku gets kidnapped by FNG All Might himself. This is fine. Izuku really wishes he had his taser. His time is almost up. Toshinori can't stay here much longer and risk being revealed. But he can't let it go. The emotion in his voice before he cut off. The way the boy stopped himself from asking a question that seemed so important to him, shutting himself down before Toshinori did, crushing his own hopes and breaking his own heart so no one else could. It hurts to see a child like this. So beaten down and distrusting. That's why he takes the child with him. He just wants to help, be it. It never truly occurred to him that maybe the boy didn't want to come with him. That isn't the type of reaction he's used to, at least. And so, in a moment of absolute brilliance on the part of the #1 hero, he grabs the boy he just saved, puts said boy on his back, and sends the two of them hurtling through the sky at way too FNG fast kilometers per hour. He touches down on the roof of a building some blocks away, removing the child from his person and standing toward the other side of the roof. My boy, what were you trying to ask back there? Sheet, Toshinori thinks. I'm going to go back to my true form sooner than previously thought. He's going to see. It's fine. I'd rather be able to help someone than keep my secret. The boy shakes his head. Dismally, he says, I told you. Forget it. Forget me. I'm going to go dash, and cue deflating and blood fountain. Get you an ambulance. What the hell? He cries. Thought I'd be able to hold on a bit longer. Kid, no need to worry. Old injury. I'm fine. Believe me. Though I'd prefer this version of me not to become common knowledge. Excuse me if I believe otherwise on the fine part. As for the secret, I'll keep it, the kid deadpans before turning to leave. I know what the answer is going to be, he mutters, seemingly to himself, then stops dead in his tracks. Actually, would you do one thing for me? Toshinori nods, thankful that the boy seems to be trying to open up to him. Would you check to see if my shoulder is dislocated? I don't think I've ever dislocated anything before. Don't know how to tell. Or not. Toshinori gives the child a curious look. Why would your shoulder be dislocated? He asks hesitantly. Wincing, the boy dives into the most vague explanation Toshinori has ever witnessed. And he has dodged around explaining his quirk to the media for years. I jumped off a roof to prove a point. This makes the hero cough up more blood. You what? Jumped. Off a roof. To prove. A point, he repeats, slower. I caught myself on a windowsill. Well, less jumped and more stepped. I mean, all I did was step backward. There was no upward anything. Just down. Then stop. Oh, there's the up. I pulled myself in through a window. Check my shoulder? What is this child? Are you safe? Toshinori questions. He doesn't like the thought that this kid had to fall from a roof at all, let alone the specifics of it. Whether he jumped or stepped, the outcome was the same. He could have died. Yep. Now, Are you going to check my shoulder or am I going to walk to my job with a possibly dislocated shoulder? He adjusts his bag on his shoulder, waving a dismissive hand. Whatever. Forget it. It doesn't hurt too bad. Maybe Sora can do something about it. It was nice to meet you, sir, but I must be on my way. Have a nice day. Before Toshinori can do anything, the roof door clangs shut. That didn't go nearly as well as I had expected it to. He shakes his head. Well, at least I captured. No. His pockets are empty. The villain escaped. Sora, can you spread the word that I'm going to be late? Izuku asks, shaking some more sludge out of his hair. He'll have to take a shower when he gets home. And brush his teeth and go on a DMN juice cleanse. Anything to get the thought of that still somehow being in him out of his mind. Got it? Did something happen? She replies. He chuckles drily. A few somethings. Short version, Bakugo Katsuki is an even bigger but than previously thought and All Might is taller in person. Sora scoffs incredulously. Yeah, I'm gonna need the long version when you get here. Izuku nods as if she could see him. And you'll get it. Shouts come from an alley and Izuku can't stave off his curiosity. You'll get it a bit later than previously thought. What? Izuku? He hangs up the phone, wandering closer to the crowd that has formed at the mouth of the alley. Of course, he can't see anything. After debating a bit in his mind, Izuku decides that his quest for knowledge is more important than the comfort of his shoulder and he shimmies up a lamppost. Sue him. He's clearly established his lack of self-preservation skills. I'm not quite sure what you were expecting. Well, that is a lot of fire. The alley is full of it. A hero with a water quirk does his best to put it out to no avail. Heroes stand around the edges off the alley, Mount Lady, complaining about being too big to fit into the narrow street, Kamui Woods being too flammable to do anything, others being relatively useless in their own special ways. And the situation they're all being relatively useless about? That slime prick. With the blonde prick. Because if Izuku's going to deal with his problems, they're going to come back and bite him in the butt simultaneously. Slime Guy, who is now named Greg in Izuku's mind, tries to shove himself down a certain Bakubicha's throat and no one moves to help. So Izuku does. He throws himself off the pole and over the crowd, swinging his backpack from his back before landing in a haphazard roll. Pushing to his feet and running, Izuku momentarily questions his life decisions. Here he is, risking his life. To save the guy who told him to end said life. If he gets injured here, he will be forcing Bakugo to pay his DMN medical bills. When he gets close enough to trust his aim, Izuku launches his backpack at Greg's eye. Something falls to the ground just after the bag makes impact. Yes. The trusty container of salt for when Dabi gets a little too annoyed. When in doubt, Izuku snatches up the container and jumps onto Greg, who is fighting to keep his grip on the writhing Bakugo. You again! Greg shouts in a mix of surprise, anger, and possible fear. Me again. Hope you didn't want to keep this eye either, Izuku grins, dumping the entire container into his eye. Greg screams, pulling away from the two teens. Izuku hooks his hand in Bakugo's collar and drags him away from the villain like a disgruntled mother taking her toddler away from a fight he caused. Bakugo snarls. Get off of me, shitty Deku. The green-haired boy keeps dragging, jostling Bakugo by yanking his collar around a bit. Let him get road rash on his butt. See if Izuku cares. Shut up. You owe me a thing of salt. He drops Bakugo in front of the heroes who aren't trying to detain Greg. Here's your hostage. Kamui Woods blinks a few times. That was brave of you. Tell me, what's your quirk? Don't have one. That perks the ears of every hero not 100% concentrated on Greg. Do you know how reckless that was? You could have gotten seriously hurt. In this flurry, Bakugo gets taken away, probably to make sure he won't die or something. What were you thinking? Izuku snickers. Gotta love that double standard, he mutters. Tell me, why was it brave when I might have had a quirk, but reckless and dangerous when I revealed that I didn't? Mount Lady opens her mouth first. Well, because... The boy puts up a hand. No. You all had quirks, but you couldn't do anything. Because you were all focused on the fact that your quirks weren't suited for this kind of thing. So you all sat on your buttes, waiting for a better quirk to come along, and watched as Greg over there tried to murder a teenager. A quirkless kid with a backpack and a thing of salt did more than all of you combined. Kid Dash, Kamui Woods tries to interject. A glare is all it takes to silence him. Whatever you're going to tell me. Whatever bullshit about how quirks make people stronger or safer or less prone to accident that I've already heard or had insinuated to me every day since that doctor diagnosed me, shove it where the sun don't shine, Groot. A quirk is what brought this situation on in the first place. Sparky over there, Izuku says, throwing a finger out toward where Bakugo sits with a shock blanket, used his quirk and only served to make everything worse. While you praise a strong quirk like it's a gift from a god themselves, a strong quirk is what made all of you useless, he spits. So do not lecture me about quirks or lack thereof. Izuku stalks away, collecting his things and heading to his job. Maybe someone will spar with him. Toshinori reaches the scene as the boy climbs the light pole. He curses himself for not being more careful, for letting the villain get away. And now? His time with One for All has run out. He can't even fix his mistake. Then the boy jumps off the post, hurling his bag at the villain, then pouring something into his eye. He de-escalates the situation before Toshinori can even try to step in. He was going to try to force his muscle form and take down the villain as soon as he saw the boy jump. A child should not have to do more to save someone than a hero. He would make a good successor, wouldn't he? Toshinori tries to wait around, wanting to talk to the boy, see if he's interested in heroics. Then he hears, "What's your quirk?" "Don't have one." It freezes Toshinori's insides. He remembers the teasing he would get before he received One for All. The mocking stares and the laughter at his expense. He hates the idea that children still have to deal with that. The harassment. The boy starts yelling, his words echoing off the walls off the alleyway with a built-up anger someone so young should not have yet. Heard. Paul. The scorn, the hatred, the absolute annoyed exasperation, all of it just fills Toshinori's mouth with a disgusting, acrid taste and cements his feet in place. Have things gotten worse for quirkless youth? How didn't he know? Yeah, believe it or not, Izuku does in fact have a breaking point. And he's pretty DMN close to it. Baited to suicide, almost murdered, saving the kid that baited him from the guy that tried to kill him, then having to beach out heroes for not doing the bare minimum of their job and making him do their jobs for them. It's enough to bring a guy a little close to the edge. Dabi, who was threatening to singe off Yuki's eyebrows, sits down immediately when Izuku enters the room. Hitomi's jaw snaps shut mid-insult. Mariko lets Setsuko win the arm wrestling match, both turning to face forward, hands folded in their laps. Is his bad mood that obvious? No matter. Izuku tosses his bag on the table in the front of the room. For an abandoned school building, this place isn't that bad. I'm not taking any shit today. Any yelling, any fights, any quirk use, and I walk out. No lessons for a week. If you are going to cause trouble, get the hell out, he growls, moving a hand toward the door. A hand goes up tentatively, barely standing above the crowd. If that is not a question about kinetic and potential energies, it can wait. The hand sinks. Great, now, where does this pen have the most potential energy? The 2-hour class ends and Izuku slumps against the wall, gently and repeatedly tapping his head against it. God, he's just so done. Spill, Sora orders, sliding down to sit next to him. He laughs bitterly. Want me to start with being told to kill myself, almost dying, or doing the heroes' jobs for them and subsequently beaching them out? Sora blinks a few times before tugging at his top. Turn. I'm playing with your hair and you're telling me everything from the beginning. Yes, ma'am. And so I did. Walked backward off the aisle. Izuku winces as she pulls his hair in surprise. She smacks his shoulder, his good one, and demands, "What the hell is wrong with you?" He shrugs. He needed to see the damage he could cause. I'm not going to lie, had he said that a year, even a month earlier, I might not have tried to catch myself. Maybe he thought it was a joke. He needed to learn that that isn't something to say if you don't mean it. Stupid blonde peach pit. Sora grumbles under her breath. I'll English. Izuku elbows her thigh. Imagine killing him. In great detail. Maybe get a few diagrams and animations involved. Whole-ass PowerPoint presentation. Moving on. I was on my way here, and Greg tried wearing me as a prom dress. He lost use of an eye pretty quickly. Then dash. His friend stops him by putting her palm over his mouth. No. Tush. Back up. Who the F is Greg? Izuku waves her off. Slimy fucker. Villain, I'd say, considering he tried to kill me. Then All Might came in and knocked him away from me. I might have been more excited had Bakugu not Bakugued and Greg not Greged and me not had to clear the leftover Greg from my innards. Then my stupid mind had to ask a stupid question and make All Might curious, so he FNG kidnapped me to a roof and demanded an explanation, so I asked him to check my shoulder instead. He didn't and I left, found Greg Gregging Bakugu, ungreged Bakugu because all the heroes there were too concerned with their shitty quirks to save the child, then beached them right the F out. He scoffs, slamming his hand against the floor. They tried to tell me my quirklessness meant I should have left Bakugu to die. Then I came here. She sighs, combing her fingers through his hair and helping him relax. Yeah, you came here. With an air of murder around you. He tips his head up to look at her. It wasn't that bad, was it? Dabi stopped threatening someone. Hitomi shut her FNG trap for once. You're really going to try and claim that it wasn't that bad? Izuku sighs. And it's fine. And, because Izuku's day wasn't going nearly bad enough, he gets kidnapped again. He's on his way home when a black hole opens in the very fabric of space. Izuku walks his happy butt right in. Not on purpose or anything. It's just one of those days where you go, well, this might as well happen. So, a quirkless tutor walks into a bar. Yes, I know that sounds like a wind-up to a stupid joke. The punchline is even worse. The quirkless tutor then walks out of the bar. Then back in through another door. Warp quirk? I want to go home, Izuku states, walking for the door again. Too bad, a voice rasps. Teacher decided I needed an actual teacher. You apparently fit the bill. Izuku turns around with a dead stare. Don't care. I am this FNG close to losing my sheet. He holds his hand up, fingers touching. Want to be taught? Come to a lesson or pay me for private ones, jackasses. His eyes lock onto a misty figure. Oh, you. Hello again, child, the fog freak greets. He will be Michael until further notice. I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice. The boy rolls his eyes, tapping his foot impatiently. His mother is going to start getting worried if he isn't home in the next hour. This seems to be a less-than-legal organization. As told by the bloodstains, you should really figure out how to clean up. Since there are only 2 of you here, I believe I can assume you outsource for whatever less-than-legal business you two and this teacher fellow conduct. If anything were to happen to me, you'd lose almost anyone who would be willing to work with you. So Todd. Izuku looks the guy with the blue hair and chapped everything in the eye. Would you like to attend regular lessons or pay for private ones? Todd blinks a few times. Who the F is Todd? He shakes his head, waving at Michael. Kurogyri, get him out of here. Izuku snaps a few times. Nah. I didn't hear an answer. Regular lessons or private ones? I refuse to be kidnapped twice in one day just to get absolutely nothing in return. He starts stalking toward the man that seemed to have organized this kidnapping. I jumped off a roof. He stops in front of Todd. I was almost murdered. He slams his hand flat against the top of the bar, sticking his nose in Todd's face. I then saved the guy who told me to die from certain death via the guy that tried to kill me. He grabs an empty glass from the bar, refusing to break eye contact. Then I had to lecture some stupid FING heroes for trying to tell me that a lack of quirk means I'm made of FING glass despite the fact that I did what they FNG couldn't. Izuku throws the glass at the wall opposite the bar, feeling a sort of cathartic relief as it shatters, shards tinkling against the bar floor. You can imagine the kind of stress I am currently under, he hisses. I will leave whenever I want. And you will answer me right. FING. Now. Private lessons would work wonderfully, Michael, Kurogyri, interrupts. How would you like your payment? Cash would be fine, thank you, Izuku replies, pushing his hair out of his face. Would you drop me off on the north side of Block 2? It's still far enough from home that no one would question him about it, yet close enough that he should be home before Mom. Michael nods. At least, it looks like a nod. Mist makes it a little hard to tell. It would be my pleasure. Michael's portal spits Izuku out in an alleyway on the north side of Block 2, as promised. Izuku walks the rest of the way home, feeling less angry than he did. Which doesn't last very long. How sweet, Izuku deadpants. You waited for me. And they say chivalry is dead. Bakugo snarls. Shut the f down, fing dumbass. I didn't need your help. Izuku's expression is more blank than one might expect. His eyes portray only boredom while his shoulders make him seem almost relaxed. And I didn't need you to tell me to kill myself. Guess we're both getting things we didn't want or ask for. He starts to walk past the blonde before his shoulder gets grabbed. The bad one. Ow, you prick, he yelps, swatting Bakugo's arm away. The taller boy bares his teeth. Do you hear me? You didn't help me. You're just weak and worthless and you dash. Next time I'll just let you die. Shoving Izuku away, Bakugo activates his quirk. The F do you just say? Izuku PPS his head. Is your quirk starting to damage your hearing? Next time I will just let you die. He shrugs, nonchalant. Your quirk made it too difficult for the heroes to reach you. You weren't going to free yourself. It would have been impossible unless you changed tactics, but you're too stubborn for that. A lazy smile falls onto Izuku's face. A worthless, quirkless death with a salt shaker was able to do more than you, Baku. Don't you see? Quirks aren't everything. He chuckles, a thought coming to mind. Wow. If I had actually gone through with it, both of us would be dead. How funny. You dash. Izuku doesn't stick around to hear the end of it. He jumps over a fence, running through yard after yard before reaching his own. He shoves open the door, throws himself in, slams and locks it, and collapses against it. There is no doubt in his mind. He was supposed to die today, but instead flipped God off as he moonwalked into hell, or his everyday life. So, as it turns out, Todd's real and completely not fake name is Shigaraki Tamura, while Michael is, in fact, called Kurogiri. Izuku learns this when Kurogiri nabs him again and drags him back to the bar. You can't keep doing that, Izuku sighs, sitting down in a booth. Can I get some tea? Of course, Midoriya Izuku. Kurogiri walks off to another room, leaving Izuku alone with Shigaraki. These are clearly some shady individuals, and Izuku should probably be a little more than annoyed at their kidnappings. He probably would be, had he not already gone off on them last time. Pulling out a notebook from his backpack, Izuku looks at Shigaraki, who apparently refuses to join him. I'm going to ask you some questions and you're going to give me some answers, okay? Shigaraki makes some noise of muffled complaint. If you're going to be a whiny beach, I'll just leave. I don't need the money I'll be getting from this. The cup the blue-haired probably villain holds turns to dust as his pinky slams down against it. And no quirk use while I'm trying to teach. Izuku admonishes. I will get you gloves so you don't have any accidents. I am very small and teaching is enough stress as it is. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I do better without distractions like that. Seeing as you're stuck with me as your only option apparently, you'll knock that off right the F now. Shigaraki turns and glares at him. Or I could kill you. Izuku matches his glare, his eye twitching in annoyance. Didn't work out that well for the last two to try. Also, no illegality in my presence. I refuse to be called as a witness to a crime. Scoffing, Shigaraki walks his bitchy butt over to Izuku's table. Before you ask me anything, you stupid NPC, I get to ask you something first. Why do you care about the law? Izuku tries to respond, but apparently this is a sensitive topic for Todd, as he starts ranting immediately. You said it yourself. The heroes are shitty and useless. Why listen to them? Why not work to dismantle hero society as a whole? You're smart. You have to be to do what you do. You must see that everything must be raised, right? His smile has a special unhinged quality about it that says, bring me to an institution immediately. Is Izuku going to have to keep this one from killing people? What a DM in pain. Shaking his head, Izuku sets down his notebook. That is not a first date topic of conversation. That is not a second date topic of conversation. That is a 3 years into a stable relationship when we're finally finding out the extent of each other's political views topic of conversation. What makes you think you should be having a conversation too personal for a first date with a child you have met twice and who is now your teacher? He picks up his notebook, writing things down. Excitable, overzealous, vaguely childish, hates heroes, likes video games. Tamura, dear, I don't hate heroes. Not that much, anyway. I admire what they do, I just don't like the way they do things. If I had to take a wild guess here, you were probably hated for having such a destructive quirk. The teacher guy probably found you, took you in, and poisoned you against heroes, leading to your admiration of him and the way you're absolutely spoiled. Am I too far off? All I'm trying to say here is that I don't have to subscribe to your ideals for us to work together. I will not break the law, and you will not do it in my presence. Makes sense? I don't give a lick of shit about what you do in your free time. Sometimes one must be very direct about their wishes. Very, 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 very direct. So, do you know how to divide fractions? Sundays, noon to 2. If you abduct me more than 5 minutes before noon, this is over. Got it, Kurogyri? Izuku lays out how this is going to work as he packs his things after the lesson. Great. He's going to be late. He still has to stop by the library for some old textbooks. Maybe he should start sending people to do his bidding. Or maybe not. The librarians are nice and one is a retired English teacher. Maybe she'd teach him some more English in exchange for volunteer hours so he can pass on the knowledge? The mist man nods, holding out a to-go cup of tea. Of course. And I must thank you. I know Shigaraki Tamura can be a bit of a handful. Izuku sighs, shaking his head. He's fine when he shuts his mouth and stops peddling his agenda. I'm not here to help him overthrow today's society. I'm here to help him understand basic chemistry. When he gets that through his thick skull, we'll be good. He takes the cup, taking a sip with a small smile. Anywhere near the library on Block 8, please. Of course. While Shoyuta is happy that the number of gang fights has decreased, he doesn't like that he doesn't know why. A voice in the back of his mind warns that they could be planning something. It wouldn't take much to get them to unite with a common enemy. All he was supposed to do was go in, break up the fight and get out. Just keep it out of the less poor parts of town and contained in the areas gangs usually are in. Which is illogical. The people in those areas have just as much right to safety as anyone else. Pushing the fights back, where they belong, isn't going to do shit to alleviate the problem. It just hides it. And Shoyuta hates it. The pro sits on the rooftop, waiting for backup to arrive. It's a larger fight today. 2, maybe 3 gangs all going at it. Most use quirks, while others use knives and guns. It's absolute chaos. Or it is until 3 clangs of metal against metal ring out above the clamor of the crowd. The sounds of fighting die down as some look toward the source of the noise, turning others to do the same. A small boy with green hair holds a crowbar in one hand as he stands atop a street light. Anyone learning under me, I want a 10-page essay on the treatment of the first quirked people in my hand by the time I walk in the building tomorrow, he shouts. Anyone else who decides to keep fighting, you will ban your faction from my classes for at least a month. Everyone go home. Tend to the wounded. Don't let me catch this kind of bullshit again. People gather up their people and their weapons and just leave. Grumbling sure. But they leave all the same. The boy slides down the post, grabs a bright yellow backpack and a stack of books that should really be too heavy for a twig like him, and follows the crowd toward the poorer part of town. Needless to say, Shoyuta is impressed. And a little scared. That looked like a school uniform. Why is a child able to wield so much power over at least 2 separate gangs? He's going to have to look up that uniform. No. I'm pulling your leg. Because I make jokes so often, Shoyuta deadpants with a dead stare, daring Mike to get back on his bullshit. The blonde just shakes his head incredulously. I just don't understand. You said a child came in and lectured a ton of gang members. Should his eye twitches. Yes, and they all walked off peacefully. I know it sounds ridiculous. He threatened them with an essay, a fine essay. And it worked. He slumps into the teacher's lounge couch, putting his head in his hands and his elbows on his knees. I know how stupid it sounds. I know how stupid it looked. I wouldn't believe me if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I don't need you to tell me how unbelievable it is. Mike hands him a coffee, which he takes gratefully. Have you told Nedzu? Shoyuta shakes his head. You know he'll want to know. He might even try and grab this kid from whatever school he's attending. Aldra. He had on his uniform. I found the school. Junior high. He plays this back in his mind. Wait, what? Shuta's brain short-circuits for a moment as he tries to comprehend this. A middle schooler. Ordered grown-but gang members to write a 10-page essay about the treatment of the first generation of quirked people in a day. And they listened. What? Mrs. Komodo was happy to take Izuku up on his offer to volunteer in exchange for English lessons, completely overjoyed to see a kid who wanted to learn more faster. So now he has many hours of school, 3 total hours of teaching, an hour or 2 of fighting and or free running, some volunteer hours, and a partridge in a pear tree. Luckily, though, no one ever needs much help in the library, so Izuku usually just sits in a beanbag chair and tries to teach himself advanced math. It's going well, he thinks. Excuse me, do you work here? A voice says, pulling Izuku from his pre-calc textbook. Above him stands a rather tall boy with glasses. Izuku puts on a bright smile. The apron says I do. How can I help you? I was hoping you could help me find a book. My brother recommended to me a beautiful first-hand account from one of the first people to receive a quirk. This brings Izuku to his feet with curiosity in his heart. Really? What's it called? Who's the author? He would never turn down an opportunity to improve the education of his students. Twilight, by Stephanie Meyer. A chortle sputters out of Izuku's body, folding him at the waist in a fit of laughter. Are you serious? The boy's eyebrows furrow. Yes, of course. Could you please direct me to the book? Izuku catches his breath before replying. Dude, I hate to break this to you, but your brother is an a-hole. Excuse me? The boy demands, clearly offended. He is not. I'll have you know he is a pro-hero. Then he's an a-hole with a shiny piece of plastic. Mrs. Komodo joins the pair in the corner. What seems to be the issue, you two? The green-haired boy jabs a thumb at his companion. His brother convinced him that Twilight is a memoir from the first generation of quirk users, and now he refuses to believe his brother was wrong. The woman chuckles. Oh, hon, your brother's pulling your leg. But bring him round here next time you visit. I'd love to meet him. Check the pre-quirk fantasy section if you're so dead set on reading the series, and don't come crying to us when you see what it's really about. Thank you, ma'am, the boy says, bowing and making his way in the proper direction. How he didn't figure something was up when Mrs. Komodo said, pre-quirk fantasy, is beyond either of them. Either way, the two librarians will hold this day in their hearts forevermore. Kid, you're shifting your weight back too much. It's taking power away from your kick and messing with where you'll hit and what you'll hit with. You'll break your foot rather than the other guy's jaw, Akiko points out, grabbing Izuku's ankle and calf, pulling him into place. If you kick like this, you won't be stumbling when you bring your foot back down. His foot drops as soon as Akiko lets it go. Or they catch my foot like you just did. Akiko takes a few steps back, putting up a light guard. That's why you gotta be quick. Quicker than their hands. Quicker than their heads. We just gotta make your body as quick as that mind and mouth of yours. Come on. One more time. And Izuku's on the ground 5 minutes later. Standing over Izuku, Akiko shrugs. Longer than last time. He puts out a hand to help Izuku up. Izuku takes it, twisting to throw his leg over the arm and pull Akiko to the ground. You little sheet. Izuku pushes to his feet. I figured that one out finally. Proud. A smirk appears on his mentor's face. Very. He sits up, a lazy grin crinkling the scar on his cheek. You're not doing terribly. You might even stand a chance against, like, 1.5 kids your age. That's counting quirks. 1 to 3 should be your sweet zone right now, depending on quirk. Maybe. Izuku doesn't want to get his hopes up, He shouldn't. Should. If you have a question, just ask it, Izuku. Akiko gives him a look of, come on, just do the thing. So Izuku does the thing. Hey, I need you to, if you would. Please just spit it out, kiddo. You gotta go home at some point. Be honest, Izuku grits out. Do you think I'll be able to pass the UA entrance exam? Hero course. His hands ring together at his waist nervously, fingers tangling and untangling as he pushes through the nervous energy. I still have a few months, but does it seem reasonable to hope? Akiko purses his lips, pensively humming and only serving to further increase Izuku's levels of anxiety. He shouldn't have asked. He, probably. Izuku freezes, wide eyes staring at his teacher. You're smart enough for it, so the written exam should be a breeze. I know you've been teaching yourself high school material, you madman. So long as they don't do something stupid and vaguely discriminatory against people with non-destructive quirks like make you fight robots or something, the skills I expect you to build up in the next few months should be more than enough. Even then, you're smart enough to find a workaround. I'll do my best to help you get ready if that's what you really want. Izuku's eyes start to tear up. People don't usually support this. Support a quirkless kid going to UA. That's not a common occurrence. Thank you, Akiko. No problem, kiddo. You're teaching my sister for free, anyway. It's the least I can do. He has to leave, Izuku announces, looking at the bar's only other patron, a guy with a thing for explosives. Better keep him away from Bakugo. Hey, out. The man turns in his chair to look at the offending child. What the hell'd you say to me, kid? Drumming his fingers against the side of his leg impatiently, Izuku pps his head. You deaf or something, Haas? I said, get the F out. I have a lesson to teach and Mr. Powder Blue Prius over there isn't going to learn about the First Quirk War without my help. Skedaddle. Evacuate. Kurogiri opens a warp gate under the man's chair. Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye. He falls through with a gasp and Izuku takes a seat in his usual booth, waiting for Tamura to join him. I apologize for that, Midoriya Izuku, Tamura's keeper says sincerely. Izuku shakes his head as Tamura sits across from him. It's fine. Next time it happens? Though, I'm walking out. I'd rather not be a known face or name in whatever level of the criminal underground you people are in. Gang members? That's fine. The sheet? Less fine. From his bag, Izuku pulls out a few notebooks, a textbook, and half a glove. Digital artist's glove. Covers 2 fingers so you don't accidentally something out of existence, he explains, tossing the glove at his student. Okay, so, the First Quirk War started between Argentina and Brazil in the year 2XX over illegal smuggling using quirks. Both countries blamed each other for, you look confused. That's because I am, Tamura deadpants. Then say something, you overflowing bag of glitter. I thought the First Quirk War started when Archduke Fritz Fertiland got killed. Fritz? Fertiland. Well, at least he got that it was an archduke. First, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Second, that was the First World War. Not Quirk War. You know what? Izuku tears an empty page from one of his notebooks, scribbling a title. This game. Good for learning history. I want you to obtain it legally and play it. We will check in with how much you retain from it as we go. Sound good? He holds out the paper to Kurogiri, because he knows Tamura won't be doing any of his own shopping, before ripping it back. Legally, he stresses with narrowed eyes, handing the page over. Alright, moving on. Polynomials. It all bothers Katsuki. Deku, having things to do and people to see. Deku, being busy and coming home just before dark some nights. Deku, showing bruises Katsuki knows for a fact didn't come from him or any of his lackeys when he changes for gym, unashamed. Deku, knowing what the hell he's doing in this game or having any ability for that sport. Deku, dodging his punches or even returning a hit here or there. But what bothers Katsuki is Deku. Who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell gave him the right to become anything more than a sniveling, groveling pebble on Katsuki's road to success? All he was ever meant to be was a stepping stone. A quirkless nobody who would only be good for a punching bag. What makes him think he can rise above it? He doesn't care about Deku. He doesn't. The BSTRD could drop dead on the side of the road and Katsuki wouldn't bat an eye. Okay, maybe that's a lie. The sentiment still stands. He doesn't care about Deku. He doesn't care what he does in his free time. He has to know. What's been causing this change in that a-hole? So, if Katsuki chooses to follow Deku one day after school, so be it. And if he does so from a reasonable distance so Deku won't notice him, oh well. Deku enters an empty alley, forcing Katsuki to wait by the entrance as to not get caught. I know you're there. Stop following me. But that plan doesn't work. Deku's voice is cold and commanding and only serves to put a burning anger in Katsuki's chest. The short if turns on his heel, facing the mouth of the alley. Come out. Katsuki isn't following Deku's directions. He's stepping out of his own accord. Deku's expression goes from cold and annoyed to surprised, maybe even scared. He should be scared of Katsuki. Bakugo? Why you can't follow me? Bakugo. Deku's been calling him that a lot lately. Ever since the day with that slimy fucker. No more Kakin, though that's been gone for a while. No more Katsuki. Bakugo. It should make Katsuki feel good, right? Deku has stopped imagining that they're friends. That they're close enough for nicknames or given names. It should be a good thing. So why does it sit like a frozen rock in his stomach? What the hell are you even doing, Deku? What the f happened to you? He stalks closer. Putting his arms up defensively, Deku takes a few steps backward. No, Bakugo, you don't understand. They will literally kill you. Obituary, funeral, everything. You will get murdered if you follow me. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. The fear was for you. Not of you, the stupid voice in the back of his head whispers. Shut. They know you told me to kill myself. Deku shouts and Katsuki stalls. They are insanely protective over me. They will hurt you. I didn't dash. You did. You told me to take a swan dive off the school roof and hope for a quirk in the next life. And if you think those words aren't engraved on the inside of my skull by now, that I don't hear them on the dark days and see your stupid sneer, you're sorely mistaken. Deku's fists ball at his sides, his expression turning to anger. Why do you hate me so much? He explodes. What the f did I ever do to you? All I did was exist. I wanted to be your friend. And it took me going to the most dangerous place in town besides within 5 feet of you daily for months for me to figure it out. You're a piece of shit with no regard for anyone but yourself and you're bloody damn well not worth my time. And now you're trying to f up the thing that has made me the happiest I've been in years. Get your head out of your effing butt and stop following me around like a effing lost puppy. He walks away, leaving Katsuki glued to his spot. Go home, Deku orders quietly as he turns the corner. What the f dash? As he walks away, Izuku replays his words in his head. Nothing he said was wrong. It wasn't. None of it was anything like a lie. It could have been said more delicately, sure, but honestly, it needed to be said. He's done. He's done taking Bakugo's sheet. He's done silencing himself. Izuku. Sora stands in his path with a concerned expression. You okay? He nods, carefully avoiding her gaze. Just lovely. She jabs his shoulder, making him look at her. That was Bakugo you were yelling at, right? When he nods again, her brows angle in anger as she tries to push past him. I'll dash. Do nothing, Izuku finishes, catching her arm. You will do nothing. I can handle myself and if anyone is going to kick his butt before you, it's me. Sora sighs, detaching Izuku's hand from her elbow. Fine. We'll do nothing. Happy? Izuku glances at her out of the corner of his eye. Do I look happy? He knows he doesn't. He looks exhausted and done. When we get there, I'm taking a nap. Why did you even come to meet me, anyway? His friend shrugs. I was bored. Oh, and Akiko wanted to talk to you. He looked vaguely said, but that might just be his face. Ochako also had some things she wanted to ask about. It can all wait till after the nap. Breaking news. The universe hates Izuku's guts. It's a combination of the muffled scream, the thud, and Izuku's untamable curiosity that has him running through the alley network till he sees the man with many a blade standing over a heroine. Feather touch or feather step, he thinks her name is. It's Michelle now. And the man is Jerry. Jerry is busy preaching about fake heroes and how Michelle doesn't fit his perception of them. It now occurs to Izuku that Jerry may or may not be the hero killer, Stain. Izuku didn't know he was in Yuzurifu. He may or may not remain Jerry for the time being. I have a question. Izuku calls, putting a hand in the air. Despite Izuku's purely curious expression, Jerry regards him with disgust. Another one? But this is just a boy, he mutters to himself. Kid, get out of here. Michelle shouts before Jerry shoves a blade in her face. Izuku furrows his eyebrows with a pout. Sir, you kill people you don't believe fit into your box of what counts as a hero, correct? What happened to you? What hero let you down? Who wrought you on a genocidal warpath? He crosses his arms. Maybe you were raised to hate. That's how it is against quirkless people. Some people are able to grow out of it, but not all. The boy walks closer as the killer glares. Now dash. No, Izuku stops maybe 3 feet away, staring into Jerry's effed up face. Class is in session. I talk, you listen. No weapons in class. In the moment of surprise that freezes Jerry, Izuku takes both the sword and knife from his hands, throwing them behind him. In the past, people have taken it upon themselves to kill those they didn't deem fit to live. Give me 3 aspects these people would condemn people to death over. Jerry glances at Michelle as if asking for help. How the hell is she supposed to help you? She doesn't seem able to move, you lard. Race, religion, sexuality? Great. He broke a serial killer. What a thing to add to his resume. Put it right up there with teaching criminals and possible villains. Smiling, Izuku nods. Good. Racism, anti-Semitism, and homophobia. Now tell me, Stain, what makes you any better than them? I kill false heroes. I am improving this Izzy dash. Izuku slaps him. Wrong. They all thought they were improving their societies. They were very not. You kill people that save others. You keep innocent people from being saved because heroes aren't perfectly lining up with the hole into your narrow mind. The child grabs Jerry's scarf, pulling him down to eye level. You will let her go, he commands, and rethink your life choices. Kid, what the dash? Michelle asks in confusion. Do not interrupt someone else's conversation. While I teach every subject, I also teach manners. Wait your turn, Izuku snaps with a glare. Stain, do you understand? The hero killer nods incredulously and the heroine stands up. Kid, you need to get out of here, Michelle says as Izuku lets go of the fully identified Stain and steps back a bit. I don't know what you did, but he's still a highly dangerous criminal. Turning and leaving, Izuku nods. I know I have to leave. I have a class to teach. Yet another bloodless resolution under his belt. He's on a roll. He walked in and passed out, Aru explains as he and Sora stare at Izuku's unconscious form on the couch. I thought you were meeting him today. I was. Sora exclaims. I met him too. And then he just poofed. She wants to scream. She doesn't lose people. She doesn't. Yet she didn't even notice that Izuku had left her side. I'm gonna hurt the little sheet. Aru chuckles. No, you're not. She sighs. I'm not. I'm still going to be rightfully set, though. He's not allowed to disappear like that. Izuku shifts in his sleep and, that can't be an accident. He has to be awake. He's flipping her off. Oh, you effing dash. Sora cries. Let me sleep, Izuku whines, holding up the finger. Am tired, you beach. Why, exactly, does she still consider the prick to be a friend? You're lucky I love you, she grumbles, sitting on the floor and leaning against the couch. Fucker. He gave Stain a history lesson. Featherstep cries incredulously, explaining the ordeal to Shoyuda. Ever since he saw the child for the first time, he couldn't get him out of his mind. What exactly is this child knee-deep in? If Featherstep is telling the truth, it's clearly nothing good. He sought her out when word of her story reached his ears. He came in, gave a brief bit of background, then a DMN pop quiz. Writing this down, Shoyuta nods. Did he give any information about himself? The heroine shakes her head. He kept treating it like a class, though. Wait, he did say something. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. He teaches all subjects, but he also teaches manners. I thought that sounded a little strange. Green hair and eyes, freckles, relatively short. Has he done something else? Why are you asking about him? Because he stopped a DMN gang war by assigning an essay. This isn't the first time he's done something like this, if it's the same child. I have to admit, I don't think it's very reasonable to assume there are two children running around and stopping violence with schoolwork, but I could be wrong. Featherstep's eyebrows furrow. Can I assume you don't have his identity? I have his school. This description will probably help me ID him. And what are you going to do after that? You can't arrest him, can you? She's right. They have no evidence of illegal action on the part of the boy. Unless he's part of one of those gangs. But he can't be. Everyone involved listened to him, not just one group. Shoyuta doesn't like this at all. He likes it even less when he gets the list of applicants for the hero course just a week later. It's him. It's him. Midoriya Izuku. A quirkless 15-year-old can control criminals better than most heroes. If he gets in, Shoyuta is taking him for his class. And Izuku smacks into the wall. Jesus, kid, catch yourself. You have legs for a reason. Akiko calls. Turns out the reason he wanted to talk to Izuku that day was to see if he could get him into some support items. Support, because they are not registered in the least, but since they're not being sold, per se, they're still legal. A grappling hook. They're starting with a grappling hook. Yeah, it makes sense for mobility, but DMN is it hard to get the hang of. I'm doing my best. Izuku yells back, frustrated. He already sent the paperwork to UA. And he was stupid enough to just put off asking about it until way too late for him to learn a lot. At least Mom is vaguely supportive. He knows that she'd prefer he just went to general studies, though. As Izuku touches the ground again, Akiko comes to stand by him, arms crossed. Your best is a bit shitty, dude. Swing in a pike. I know you have the core strength for that. Swing in a pike and bend your knees just before you make impact so you don't break your everything. Yeah. Izuku tries it again. And again. And again. And again. And he's very bad at this. Dude, you look like sheet. Hitoshi looks up from his coffee to see a green boy that looks almost as tired as him. You know, you don't look much better. Sounds like a me problem. Can I sit with you? Glancing around the cafe and seeing most tables occupied, Hitoshi nods. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Midoriya Izuku, the other teen introduces. What's got you so grumpy in this fine morning? A snort escapes Hitoshi. Mornings are never fine. Besides, school is a thing. Like he's going to bear his whole sob story to this stranger. Shinso Hitoshi. It is nice, though, to have someone who isn't afraid to talk to him. It's been a while. The boy, Midoriya, groans. School. I was kinda hoping I'd just forget. Like, if I didn't think about it for long enough, it would just stop being a thing. He sips his drink for a moment before looking out the window. Sorry for crashing your morning, dude. This place is just close to my train and the coffee machine at home broke. Rest in peace, dude. This place has better coffee than anything my folks get, Hitoshi admits, swirling his half-empty cup. He then notices Midoriya's uniform. Aldra? I hear they're not terrible. Midoriya laughs drily, still looking outside. Sure. As long as you have a quirk, they're great, he mutters, drumming his fingers against the tabletop. That good, huh? Quirkless. Midoriya nods. Villainous quirk. Or maybe we are telling the sob story today. The companion grimaces, humming sympathetically. That's gotta SCK. How bad does it get for you? Hitoshi shrugs, sipping his drink. Not terrible. They're all afraid to talk to me. I just get ignored and talked about behind my back. You. Midoriya quirks an eyebrow. Oh, I'm the most popular guy in school, clearly. Sarcasm. Hitoshi likes this kid. It's been better since I learned to fight. Oh, ow. But there is this one a-hole. told me to jump off the roof, tried to follow me after school to ruin the one thing that gets me through the school day or something. Maybe he was just wondering where the hell I bought the backbone that clearly didn't come with the product. He winces, turning to look at Hitoshi head-on. Sorry dude, didn't mean to unload on you like that. I'm just bitter. Rightfully bitter, but bitter all the same. He stretches and Hitoshi sees some bruises by his wrists. He doesn't. But why are people such assholes? Why do they feel the need to hurt people? Midoriya, dude, that's actually terrible. Doesn't your school do anything about it? They didn't. Not until my mother, who is a lawyer and a beast in the courtroom, threatened legal action. And even then, the teachers only started doing the bare minimum to combat it. Midoriya stops, blinking a few times. Does your quirk have something to do with conversation? You said they were afraid to talk to you. Does your voice hurt people when your quirk is on? Njich, probably not. Doesn't make sense. Charisma or changing their minds on something? No, then they would all like you if you so wanted and you wouldn't be upset about it. Open them to suggestion? Not inherently villainous. His eyes light up as he snaps with a massive grin. Mind control. Is it mind control? Sighing, Hitoshi nods. There goes his chance at a person who isn't afraid of him. Brainwashing. With a response, I can give simple commands. The boy's grin somehow grows and stars shine in his eyes. That's so helpful. Crowd control, talking someone down from suicide, hostage situations. You'd be pretty set if you wanted to become a hero. Well, this isn't. Aren't you scared? I could dash. But you're not going to, Midoriya interrupts. If you were going to do anything, you would have done it already. If you want me to leave, you can just say something. You don't have to dash. I didn't mean it like that. He doesn't finish his sentence, opting to change the subject and mumble, I do want to be a hero. Nodding sagely, Midoriya graciously accompanies him to the other topic. Same. Sent my paperwork to UA not too long ago. Now, Hitoshi would have said he did the same, maybe carry on the conversation a bit, but a man walks into the cafe with blades sticking out of his skin. Or, are those bones? He also has a gun, but the bone blade things are far more interesting to Hitoshi. This is a robbery. No one try anything funny. This, of course, leads Midoriya to try something funny. He stands up, regarding the robber with disappointment. Katashi, you and I both know you failed the last English quiz. If you have time to be robbing a cafe, you have time to be asking someone for help on your tenses. Get out and stop wasting your life. The man locks eyes with Midoriya before his widen in surprise, outcrops skin back into his skin. Yes, sir, he squeaks, shuffling quickly out the door. Midoriya sits down, seeming satisfied. What the hell was that? Side job, Midoriya says, as if that explains everything. I could have given him some logarithms to deal with. He got off easy. Say, do you know sign? That sounds like something someone with a verbal quirk would know. Maybe I'm the one that needs to be scared of him. Just jiggle it a bit more, K? Ito suggests. Lockpicking is a skill Izuku is apparently picking up. Heard you shut down Kata's little attempt yesterday? Hearing the click, Izuku pulls the lock open. My one rule is do not commit a crime in my presence. That is all I ask. I will stop a crime if I see it, especially from one of my students. Ito chuckles gently. No need to get defensive, kiddo. Just hold tight to those morals. Yes, ma'am. After the day with Stain, Bakugo has been not better. He's just changed his tactics a bit. Ignoring Izuku until he thinks the quirkless student isn't paying attention before glaring at him like he's trying to telekinetically set him ablaze. He's still AD when he has to interact with Izuku, but he seems to want to avoid that as much as possible. Finally, Izuku and Bakugo seem to have a common goal, minimal contact with the other. So it's better. Ochako has never been one of Izuku's students, though it was close for a bit. He is glad for this fact, because the two walk to the train station to head to the UA entrance exam and he isn't sure if she'd be going to it if he had been the one to teach her. Excited, he asks. Try? Terrified, Ochako laughs nervously. What if I can't do this? What if I fail? What if I don't make it in? Izuku elbows her. You won't, and you will. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. You will get in, but there are always other schools if you don't, Kay? Squaring her shoulders, Ochako gives a determined nod. You're right, Izuku. I got this. I can do this. Laughing, Izuku pretends to swoon. I'm in the presence of an absolute queen, he mocks, earning him an elbow to the stomach. You beach. No, yeah, I deserve that. Hey! Shinso comes up beside Izuku, joining the pair on their walk. Izuku and Shinso started hanging out more after their first meeting. The former may or may not have pried sign lessons from the latter, but who's to say? You two ready? Both nod, though Izuku gives a confident grin. I have a grappling hook, he tells excitedly. And no classes today, so I get to go home and sleep after this. He was banned from teaching for the entire week by both his mother and Akiko. It's as if they don't want him burning out or something like that. To be fair, this is the most rested he's felt in a while. Maybe he's overworking himself the tiniest bit. How about you? Shinso shrugs. Couldn't sleep last night. I'm mostly running on caffeine at the moment. So, no different than any other day? Izuku jokes. F off, Shinso grumbles with a glare, burying his face in a long drink of his coffee, which Izuku snatches and sips with a playful glint in his eye. But you have more than enough energy. Izuku pouts, exaggeratedly crossing his arms after Shinso steals his drink back. Ochako, he whines. Shinso's being mean. Ochako giggles. You deserve it. It's not nice to steal people's things. Exam. Shinso reminds, walking on ahead. Don't remind me, Izuku groans. The written exam was actually pretty easy, if not slightly unfair. Some of the stuff on there was stuff that Izuku had to teach himself. So it was high school material that someone who wasn't learning advanced things wouldn't know. Luckily, though, Izuku has been studying advanced material. That just leaves the practical. And Izuku is a little nervous. He has a grappling hook and a few other bits and bobs, but he might have a bit of trouble and they're fighting robots. Izuku isn't quite sure how long he was zoned out, but he comes back to someone asking Present Mike about the robots. He's only mentioned 3, but there seems to be 4 silhouettes. Surely the hero was about to get to that. Mumbling. That is a distraction to all of us. Just apologize and get this out of the way. I'm sorry, but would you interrupting Present Mike not be considered more of a distraction? Izuku says against his better judgment, standing from his chair. Is that the Twilight Kid? I'm almost positive he was about to get to the 4th robot. Speaking of robots, is this form of testing not unfair for those with less destructive quirks? There are many heroes whose quirks would be highly unsuited for this type of exam, but still do incredibly well in the field of heroics. Midnight, Sir Night Eye, even Nedzu. But I digress. I sincerely apologize for the disruption, sir. The boy calls over the crowd. Try and call me out like that. Little sheet. I know you read Twilight. Fight me. The applicants were separated so no one from the same school would be together. As Izuku and Ochako didn't attend the same middle school, they got shoved into the same test, which is pretty cool. What's decidedly less cool is when Izuku tries to go wish Ochako luck, but he gets stopped by Twilight Boy. Are you attempting to distract her and disrupt her concentration? And the gold medal for jumping to conclusions goes to Ochako. Friend, Izuku says slowly, spelling it out for his fellow applicant as clearly as he can. Bro, who hurt you? Not everyone is trying to do something to screw someone else over. I just wanted to wish her luck. Are you blaming me for the book or something? I told you Twilight wasn't about what? Your brother said it was. Twilight Boy stalls with a shocked expression. You're the librarian. The apron said I worked there. At the front of the crowd, the gates begin to open. So Izuku starts running for them, pulling the grappling hook from his pocket and the crowbar from his back. Please, for the love of caffeine, let this work. He pulls the trigger on the grappling hook, retracting it and jumping when it hooks on the door and starts pulling him forward and flinging him into the city. Here's to hoping for the best. Before Mike even calls, go, a green head is zipping through the barely open gates. Shoyuta stands up in his seat, jabbing a finger at the screen. Him, he hisses. Eraser, you okay? Midnight asks cautiously, leaning away from him. Sitting down with a huff, Shoyuta glares at the boy on screen. That's the one that's been resolving conflict with education, he spits, fingers drumming against his knee. His shoulders hunch as he leans in closer, keeping this Midoriya kid in his line of sight. He doesn't care what he has to do. He will figure out what the hell this child has been doing with his life. Why he can do what he does. What are you? It's actually not terribly hard to get by with just a grappling hook and a crowbar. He's barely had to use the crowbar at all. The robots seem relatively stupid and highly prone to friendly fire. Izuku leads them around, making them aim at him and instead hit another bot as he zips out of the way with his grappling hook, which is the best goddamn invention, and Izuku is sorry he ever shithooked it. He sits pretty at about 20 points currently, which isn't a lot, but he also assumes there's some other method of scoring at play here. More than just a few hero students Izuku has seen in the recent sports festivals have had less physical quirks. Like that Togata guy. Permeation is not good for breaking robots. Besides, it isn't logical to choose future heroes based solely on who can break sheet best. A robot two-pointer, by the looks of it, bears down on another examinee as she focuses on the three-pointer down the street. Watch your six. Izuku shouts, swinging onto the offending bot's back as the girl crushes her target with a giant hand. He digs the crowbar into its neck and pries its head off before swinging off. Please be careful, he calls back to the girl, slamming his feet into the head of a one-point robot as it tries to shoot. Hey, it's Twilight Boy. Best leave him alone as to not get accused of trying to mess others up. Twilight runs off as Izuku pulls himself toward the next bot. Speed quirk. Not bad. Mike releases the zero-pointer and Shoyuta follows the boy across the screens. He would love to watch him take down the behemoth of a bot with a pop quiz on Newton's third law. F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash. Big OL bot headed straight for the Ochako. Izuku's mind shrieks, drowning itself out as he runs through scenario after scenario. Make a hole, he screeches, shoving through the retreating students. She's not moving. Why isn't she moving? Debris. Debris on her leg. She can't move. He doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have a FING plan. In a last-ditch effort, because the death trap is getting too in close, Izuku fires the grappling hook at its head and jumps when it hooks on, flying over the applicants in a panicked moment of adrenaline-fueled stupidity. So, basically how he goes through life with added fear. Landing on what he thinks he can consider the robot's shoulder, Izuku does his best to pry open a metal panel, only getting it open a foot or so. That's enough to do something. Just break it, Izuku. I don't care how, just break it. Izuku's mind grinds to a stop. And he does something he seems to be good at. He jumps into the bot, catching himself on a bundle of wires and not giving a flying F if he gets electrocuted. Shoving a boot against the wall, Izuku pulls back as hard as he can, ripping the wires from their place. This causes him to drop and catch the next bundle, where he repeats the process over and over and over until he's not the only thing falling. Izuku's mind goes completely silent, save for one sentence as both he and the robot he is in plummet. I am going to die. And he's just resigned to this fate. It's dark as he falls, though he can feel the air pulling at his clothes and hair, trying to keep him aloft. Little slices of light come through the slots in the panels, blinding him before plunging him back into darkness. Is there not anything to hear, or is the blood pounding in his ears and them popping from the rapid pressure change just blocking it out? After a while, which has probably only been a few seconds, Izuku closes his eyes, letting life happen to him. Saving a friend isn't a terrible way to go. A moment later, Izuku yelps in surprise and pain, eyes flying open as something catches the back of his shirt. His shoulders cry out at the sudden lurch and his collar pulling against his throat. The collar isn't terribly tight, as his underarms are holding most of his weight, but it's still hard to breathe. He struggles to loosen his sweatshirt zipper, skiing in air when he finally gets it down far enough. Not dead. Definitely not dead. Hell yes, he whoops in ecstasy, laughing deliriously. I effing lived. Though he is a bit stuck. Izuku. Ochako calls from outside. Are you okay? If anything, I messed up my shoulders on the landing, he reports. I am also very stuck and will require assistance getting down. How about you? My leg got stuck, but I'm fine. Power loader is coming in for you. Oh, thank you. The hero cuts into the robot carcass, entering before looking up at Izuku, who hangs about 3 yards in the air. Hi, Izuku greets with a nonchalant smile and a wave. Don't mind me. Just hanging out. Power loader shakes his head as he uses his mech suit to unstick Izuku as he mutters, "This is the one Eraser was interested in, or something of the sort. Do you know how reckless that was?" He finally reprimands as he lifts Izuku off his metal savior. Yes, but I wasn't thinking about that at the time, Izuku explains meekly. My friend was going to get run over and I had no assurances that the bot was going to be stopped before it hit her. I got up there and didn't have a plan or the time to make one. So my plan became break sheet. I'd say I did pretty well in that department. Setting Izuku down, power loader tuts. You could have died. Izuku crosses his arms and is that painful? Definitely did something to his shoulders. But I didn't, he points out with a determined glare. Where might one find some medical attention? I am not a fan of the pain in my shoulders currently. Sighing, power loader points to the hole in the metal. Recovery girl is outside. Thank you kindly. Izuku walks outside and promptly blinds himself in the sunlight. That's him? A woman asks skeptically. Sadly, a man sighs in response. Izuku squints against the natural light before his eyes readjust. A short woman stands next to a relatively disheveled man. Izuku raises an eyebrow and a hand, careful not to move his shoulder. Hi. The woman walks up to him with a highly judgmental expression that Izuku really doesn't appreciate. I'm gonna fix you up, then you're going to talk to him, she explains, leaving no room for discussion as she kisses his shoulder. Something in the back of his mind says that this is recovery girl, but he's the slightest bit too tired to care currently. Motioning for Izuku to follow, the man turns and stalks away silently. Izuku glances to Ochako with wide eyes. I want lilies at my funeral. Aizawa, as the man introduced himself, sits Izuku down in what Izuku supposes is a teacher's lounge, standing across the room. How are you connected to the Muzutafu gangs? He asks bluntly. Is this all he wanted to know about? Why did he look so scary about it? I've been tutoring them for 2 years, sir. I took a job offer for tutoring one person, then more started asking for tutoring, and now I tutor most everyone that can't afford an education but still wants one. It kinda just happened. That glare could cut glass. You're telling me that you accidentally gained enough influence over violent gang members that you can threaten them with an essay and they just stop fighting? Aizawa crosses his arms, leaning back against the wall, looking entirely done with life. Izuku nods. That just about sums it up, yeah. Shifting in his seat, Izuku looks at the hero, worry marking his features. Is this going to affect my chances at getting into UA? I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't borne witness to any crimes. His mind falls into a flurry of panic. Can they bar him because of this? But he has to. He tried giving up already. It didn't work well at all. Tears rise in the boy's eyes as his thoughts spiral. He's not going to make it in. He was so close just to have his dream ripped from him again. If they bar Izuku from UA in general, not just the hero course? What if he can't even enroll in general studies, despite his grades? What if UA sends this to other schools and they bar him too? What if he can't go to high school? He can't even get a teaching license without graduating high school. What is he supposed to, Midoriya, breathe? Breathing. That's a thing that's generally considered important. Izuku holds his breath for a moment, slowly letting it in and out as he tries to regain his composure. He starts tapping in Morse against the couch beside his thigh. Nothing important. Just gibberish. Sorry, Izuku apologizes quietly, wiping at his eyes with his free hand. The man comes over, kneeling in front of Izuku with an expression bordering on concerned. Kid, I can understand how scary it must be being pulled aside like this. And the only thing determining whether or not you get in is how well you did in the 2 parts of the exam. Don't freak out over that, 'kay? The child hums, trying to let the words soothe his out-of-control mind. It's not working very well. Sorry. Aizawa sighs, blinking slowly. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. He stops again, face scrunching in thought, leading Izuku to understand everyone's frustration when he won't just spit it out. I have to ask about Stain. The time I gave a history lesson to a serial killer. I had had a very bad day. I was very tired, both physically and emotionally. I heard the hero scream and went looking for the source because I am clearly perfect for the role of the second person to die in a horror movie. I got there, saw him standing over her, and couldn't give enough of a sheet to walk away. I find education is much more effective than hatred or fighting, so I educated him. I showed him the evils of the past and proved that all he was doing was just repeating mistakes. As far as I can tell, it worked. He offers a tired smile. I haven't seen any more news reports of him killing. Only maiming. The poor man looks like he's about ready to keel over and die. Like he's prepared for it. You are going to be the death of me. Sorry. Stepping out Yue's front gate to be whacked upside the head was not on Izuku's to-do list today. You effing dumbass. Shinso reprimands. What the hell is wrong with you? A tired glance is tossed Ochako's way. You told him? Izuku asks. I told him. Shinso glares at him, trying to melt him with the intensity of his stare alone. I am on this thing. It is the only thing keeping me hella and a half feet off the ground. Let's break it and see what happens. I'm sorry, did you sell your brain to try and make sure you got in? That's what souls are for. Izuku rolls his eyes, setting off for the train station. In my defense, that was the best plan I could come up with under that kind of pressure. They wouldn't have let her die. I didn't know that and my mind wasn't going to F with that. When trying to keep her from pulling a dead. This makes Ochako chuckle. I'm so glad you find this entertaining. At least I didn't lecture any serial killers this time, Izuku grumbles. The purple boy yelps in alarm. You did what? Izuku rolls his eyes. Dude, it's fine. I lived, the hero lived, Stain stopped killing people. It's perfectly okay. Shinsu's head drops, chin hitting his chest as he contemplates every decision that led him to come into contact with this reckless maniac with absolutely no self-preservation skills. Izuku knows what he is. He's got that much self-awareness. Stain. Kenji Stain, Shinso mutters as they walk. That one wasn't entirely my fault. Izuku protests, elbowing Shinso with a disapproving stare. Ochako giggles, shaking her head as she strolls on ahead. You ran through alleys searching for Stain, found him about to murder a hero and said to yourself, yes. Now is the time to educate this man on past discrimination. Perfect. How is that anything but your fault? You goddamn traitor. I had to deal with Bakugo. I was tired. I was clearly not in the correct mindset to be doing anything rational. Apparently, it took Shinso multiple months to come to the conclusion Aizawa reached in just minutes. You are going to be what kills me. Izuku shrugs, thinking through tomorrow's schedule. Diamond, individual lessons with both Dabi and Saki. That's going to be a bother. More likely that I'll be what kills me, but whatever jostles your waffle, my guy. Lower your expectations. Reckless moron. It's shura. Reckless moron. Fuckers, he has arrived. Reckless moron. Bros, my GS, I need a reaction, you fucknuts. Wingless burb. Fella, what's here you gots to explain? Suitless space woman, letter? Mine's here too. Sleepless cat addict, same. Reckless moron. Sora the UA letter, my test results at sheer. Wingless burb. Open it UF. Wingless burb. Did you get in? Wingless burb. Did any of you get in? Wingless burb. What's with the radio silence? Wingless burb. Where's the Jeopardy theme when you need it? Wingless burb. Wait. Wingless burb. https www.youtube.com watch v ictimovegelai. Wingless burb. Okay, I'm set now, take as long as you need. Wingless burb. Wingless burb. Never mind, I lied, someone pay attention to me. Wingless burb. Wingless burb. This is discrimination. Wingless burb. I does not take this long to read AF letter. Wingless burb, Izuku? Ochako? Shinsu? Wingless burb, I must adjust to my life of solitude. No, Shinsu is typing type faster. Sleepless cat addict. Jesus Christ, did Midoriya let you have caffeine again? Sleepless cat addict, I'm in Gen Ed. Sleepless cat addict, I was like 4 points short of hero course. Sleepless cat addict, looks like I'm gonna have to kick someone's butt in the SF and take their spot or something. Wingless burb, am up homeboy. Sleepless cat addict, what about you too? Suitless space woman, I. Did it HELP? Sleepless cat addict, could I get that in Japanese please? Suitless space woman, I made it into the hero course. Wingless burb, heck I am so proud of you. Wingless burb, my F queen. Suitless space woman, I'm so happy help. Sleepless cat addict, nice work dude. Sleepless cat addict, and Midoriya? Sleepless cat addict, Midoriya? Suitless space woman, Izuku? Wingless burb, bitch-ass motherfucker? Izuku's phone, however, lays seizing and forgotten on his bed while its owner sits on the floor, an envelope clutched to his chest as he sobs. In front of him lays two things, a metal projector disc and a small slip of paper. Midoriya Izuku. Class placement, 1A chapter text. 27 villain points, 38 for keeping the robots from hurting people, and 60 from saving Ochako from the 0-point robot. Of course, the proctors took off half that last one because of how dangerously he went about it, but that still leaves him with 95 points. Izuku, a quirkless kid who was called weak and worthless his entire life, came first in the UA entrance exam. It gives him a sense of petty amusement. Almost everyone he has met outside his job, which is more volunteer work than job at this point, had told him he couldn't do something. He was quirkless, so he was weak. Since he was quirkless and weak, he couldn't do anything. Not anymore, so take that, fuckers. Before he and Ochako even open the door to Class 1, he can hear it and feel it in his bones. The latter opens the door and Izuku gets slapped in the face with two waves of self-righteousness fighting against each other. Twilight Boy and Bakugu argue over the fact that Bakugu has his foot on the desk and Izuku can't help but groan. Seriously, Bakugu? You can't even try to make a good first impression? He crosses the room, tapping Twilight Boy's shoulder lightly to get him out of the way before crossing his arms at Bakugu. Hi, buddy. Were you expecting to see me again? He asks in a fake sweet tone with a smirk. Bakugu snarls, his foot swinging off the top of the desk as he pushes to his feet. Deku, he bites out. How the hell are you here? Well, Izuku laughs. I did well in the entrance exams. According to my projection, I did the best. Feeling a presence beside him, Izuku glances to his left to see a fuming Ochako. This is Bakugu? She asks, barely covering her displeasure. The blonde turns his attention to the girl for a moment, narrowing his eyes before raising a brow. Yeah. And what's it to you, round cheek? What the F dash? Ochako slaps him across the face and sends him up toward the ceiling. Put me down, you psycho beach. Please, Ochako, why? Izuku sighs, exasperated. Apologize to Izuku first. Ochako demands, setting her jaw and crossing her arms with a scowl. Setting a hand on his friend's shoulder, Izuku shakes his head. Ochako, please put him down. The less conflict we get into, the better. When she looks ready to protest, Izuku fixes her with a glare that assigns her a research paper if she says a word. She rolls her eyes before touching her fingertips together. Release, she mutters, smirking when Bakugu falls straight down, his chest slamming into his desk with a grunt. This is going to be a long year. A sigh turns Izuku's attention to the door where a familiar face lays in a caterpillar suit. Midoriya. I heard yelling and a thud and I come in to see you standing over your classmate's body. Why am I not surprised? Izuku shrugs. In my defense dash. I'm not going to like this explanation. I can already tell. Aizawa peels himself from what Izuku now realizes is a sleeping bag, folding it up and crossing his arms with a tired stare. I did not touch him and he was being in but to Twilight Boy. Blinking as his mind processes what his mouth just said, Izuku turns to Twilight Boy. What's your name? Twilight Boy stares at his feet, seemingly embarrassed. Ida Tenya. Putting out a hand, Izuku smiles. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to formally meet you. Aizawa crosses to the front of the room, glaring at Izuku the entire time. Is that what Izuku looks like when he's trying to teach? Well, that's strange to see. To your seats, he orders in a tone that no one takes lightly, everyone not in a seat finding theirs. He glances around, seeming to think about how to word something before settling on, get your gym uniforms on and meet me outside. The class stands up, filing out of the room. Not you, Midoriya. Nedzu wanted to speak with you. F-. The boy enters Nedzu's office, visibly shaken and nervous. Good morning, sir, he greets cheerily, the smile on his face a poor attempt to hide his nerves. You wanted to see me? Nedzu nods, his face unreadable. I did. Please, sit. He does. Midoriya, do you have any idea why I've called you here? Izuku shakes his head. It's a lie, but he also doesn't trust his voice not to shake. It's his first day and this is FNG Nedzu. It has been brought to my attention that, for the past 2 years, you have been teaching those at the bottom of the social ladder. Those our society kicks to the ground and laughs at as they try to fight their way back to the top just to squish them back down at the first opportunity. Why? Swallowing, Izuku squeaks out his explanation. Well, sir, I just took the ad. And I went to teach one girl and more people asked and it kind of just grew. A lot. He wrings his hands in his lap, refusing eye contact. These are dangerous people, Midoriya, yet you interact with them on a regular basis, even instilling DSPLN in them. The principal pauses for a moment and Izuku is forced to look up, his curiosity getting the better of him. Where is this going? Does he want information on the gangs? Does he want Izuku to disassemble them? To stop teaching? He doesn't want to stop. It has also come to my attention that I have hired an absolute fuckwit. Please help him. He has no idea what he's doing. Izuku chokes on air, coughing as he tries to comprehend the animal's words. What? Smiling a smile that says Nedzu is screaming inside, the principal explains, All Might is a new teacher here, but he's also a new teacher in general. You'll receive a fair rate to act as a silent co-teacher for UA's Foundations of Heroics course. This oversight is entirely our fault, and I would appreciate it if you were to show these students the same professionalism you would your regular clientele. Blinking, Izuku runs through that offer? Whatever it was, he runs through it in his head 3 times before speaking. What you're telling me is that you hired a man with no teaching experience to teach, likely to serve some other end which I likely won't learn about for a while if at all, and you want a 15-year-old who has been teaching gang members and probable criminals for 2 years to help said man teach heroics. Sound about right? The principal nods. Glad we understand each other. Do we have a deal? He tips his head side to side a few times before smiling. Alright, sounds like a plan. Yagi! Nedzu calls into the open air. He said yes. The hero in question enters the room as Izuku turns around, his eyes widening in surprise. It's you! Izuku nods slowly, pursing his lips. Yep. Never really thought of you as the teaching type before I got the projection. All Might shrinks down to his true form with a look of blatant confusion. Midoriya Izuku? He asks, trying to check his facts before he puts his foot in his mouth. Izuku nods again. You're the one that scored highest in the entrance exam? But you're dash. If you say, quirkless, I will scream. Quirklessness should not make you expect any less from someone, Izuku reprimands, a cold glint in his eye. A teacher should be able to form opinions based on the person rather than the stereotype. A person should, too, but a teacher's is more likely to bring direct harm to the person getting judged. A strong quirk does not make a good hero, just as a weak quirk doesn't make someone useless. You of all people should know that. Whoops, slipped into teacher mode for a second. Nedzu clears his throat. Midoriya, I hired you to teach the students, not the teachers. Whoops. Yagi doesn't have any classes till tomorrow. You two can sort this out however you will. Getting up, Izuku looks All Might in the sunken eyes. I will stay late today and we can go over your lesson plans. Work for you? Yes, the skeleton of a man agrees. Thank you, young Midoriya. The boy waves it off. Can I go back to class? He asks the principal, despite already moving toward the door. He really doesn't wait for an answer. Pardon my language, sir, but are you kidding me? Izuku slams the plan down on the table between them a little harder than he meant to. We have known each other for a single day. We have never had to work together like this, even with people we know and get along with well. There is no guarantee that any of these partnerships and matchups will not end up in injury. The boy clutches at his hair in frustration, breathing deeply to keep from losing his sheet. You are putting teenagers in a building, stepping back to a point where you cannot intervene if things go south, and telling them to use their quirks to accomplish a goal. All Might blinks rapidly, glancing between the boy and the lesson plan between them. Is this bad? He asks tentatively. Is this bad? Really? No. Not bad at all. Definitely not bad in the least. There's just the tiny fact that these completely untrained children will be fighting against each other, may not recognize the limits they should, and might even use the exercise as a way to settle grudges. In my experience, people have made physics into an all-out brawl. This has the potential to be so much worse. Izuku deadpants, channeling all the sarcasm in his body. Did you think this through at all? This poor hero. This poor hero. He was so not cut out for teaching. I thought I did. All Might mutters, shifting uncomfortably. What would you have me do instead? It's salvageable. It can be fixed. I will establish connections. Figure out who knows who and gets along well or poorly with who. Izuku pulls out his notebook, flipping to a clean page and writing out a class list. It wasn't a bad idea on its own. I'll give you that much. It's just the timing and the randomization that throws it off, he amends quickly. Ashido and Kirishima went to the same middle school and seemed to get along well. Kirishima has already started getting along with Kaminari. Izuku knows Ida, but not well. Yaoyorozu knows Ida because of their families, though Todoroki doesn't. Endeavor apparently didn't see the need to establish those kinds of connections for his heir. Todoroki doesn't talk to anyone. And then there's Izuku, who gets along well with Ochako, meaning both of them dislike Bakugo. They're probably not the only ones. Most of the girls already dislike Mineta, but Izuku has yet to see him try anything. Izuku will keep his eye on him. So, I would recommend keeping Bakugo away from both me and Uraraka Ochako and Mineta from any of the girls. Put Todoroki with someone who won't let him do all the work. He presses his lips together. Encourage new connections. Kirishima and Kaminari should go together, while Ashido and Kirishima should be kept separate, as should Ochako and I. All Might hums in approval. That makes a lot of sense. Izuku closes his notebook, a hard glare sent All Might's way. I am serious, All Might. Bakugo cannot be in a fight with me or Ochako. Someone will get seriously hurt. He shoves the book into his backpack, standing and slinging it over his shoulder. I think that should be enough information for you to get some safe, educational mashups. At least, I hope so. Izuku drops his bag by the door and flops face down on the couch. He turns his head so he isn't suffocating himself in the cushions before whining. Mom. Accidentally got another job, he groans. I think I'm now a teacher at you. A pan clatters to the floor as Mom rushes into the room. You, what? Her tone pleads for an explanation, which makes Izuku sit up. Turning to his mother, Izuku goes through a variety of expressions before landing on a resigned confusion. So, they know about my work in Sora's part of town. They have decided that I am good at what I do. They also hired All Might, who has no idea what he's doing. Netsu asked me to co-teach the heroics class with All Might. I am just as confused as you are. Silence fills the house for a moment before Mom speaks again. Are they at least going to pay you? A smile finds itself on Izuku's face. Yep. Apparently it'll be a fair rate. Since this is UA, I might not be surprised if my paycheck starts to rival yours. Proud? Very, Mom replies, joining Izuku on the couch. I'll always be proud of you, sweetheart. You've done so much for yourself and I couldn't ask for more except for you to learn your own limits. She pulls Izuku into a hug, squeezing him like she thinks he might disappear if she lets go. Please, Izuku. Take care of yourself. Returning the hug and burying his face into his mother's shoulder, Izuku nods. I will, he mumbles. He will try, at least. Izuku is going to have to file a complaint on behalf of most of the girls' hero costumes. Especially Ochako's, Yaoyorozu's, and Hagikyure's. What ends up happening is Izuku gets paired with the Ice Queen against Kaminari and Kirishima. He's flattered that All Might has apparently decided Izuku has the strength of will not to let Todoroki walk all over him. And he doesn't hate Todoroki, per se. He just seems stubborn. If he's half as stubborn as someone like Dabi, this exercise will be interesting. As the heroes in this exercise, Izuku and Todoroki wait outside the selected building for a 5-minute planning PRD. Of course, this planning PRD goes absolutely swimmingly. I will freeze the building and capture our opponents. You will stay out of my way. See? Swimmingly. Heh, Izuku huffs, laughing disbelief. Are you serious? No, that is not what's happening here. Izuku crosses his arms, knives in his sleeves knocking together lightly. His teammate accompanies the cold glare he gives Izuku with a raised eyebrow. Do you have a problem? He asks, clearly annoyed or bothered or something. No longer giving a single shit about consequences, Izuku steps forward, angling his head up as his eye twitches in frustration. No, I clearly don't have a problem. I definitely chose to get all up in your sheet and tell you that we weren't doing what you said we were because I have absolutely no qualms about this plan whatsoever. Olivia Newton-John encourages Izuku to get physical in the back of the boy's mind. He grabs Todoroki by the front of his costume, pulling him down closer to eye level. I have worked my butt off to get to this very point. I have done everything I could and I have built this for myself. I'm not about to let some pompous prick with a kick-ass quirk take all my effort and throw it right back in my face. If I was, I would have let a certain someone F me up constantly and not even applied for you. You do not get to do all the work, you meatless tater tot. Letting go of his partner, Izuku steps back, turning to check the building map. You dash. Izuku glares over his shoulder, silencing Todoroki immediately. I will be going into that building. Either you can come over here and help me make a plan, or you can stand there like an a-hole and decide whether you will do something useful or tank both our grades by freezing the entire building with me inside. Choose now. Todoroki shuffles slightly, apparently not used to people who won't take his sheet. I'll help, he mutters, coming to stand beside Izuku. Izuku smirks. Good choice. Kaminari has a long-ranged quirk. I'd like to take him out first. If we make a big fuss, he might find us and take us both out before we can do anything. Anything to add? What if we? All Might calls go and Izuku leads Todoroki into the building. I'd avoid using your fire. It could cause property damage, which is something we probably should avoid. The pair rounds a corner. There are rooms with multiple entrances throughout the entire building, but logic would probably tell their opponents to hide their weapon in one with few entrances. Less area to guard. The discomfort radiates off Todoroki in waves. There's no need to worry about that. I won't use my left side in combat. That feels vaguely like tragic backstory. Izuku almost wants to ask, then decides that his partner would have explained further if he wanted Izuku to know and opts to leave it alone. He can only pry into one person's past at a time and Dabi is still being stubborn as all hell about that. Logically, Kirishima should be with the bomb and Kaminari should be out looking for Izuku and Todoroki. If Kaminari used his quirk near the warhead, he might set it off or hurt it in some way, possibly disabling it himself if it were real. There's also the chance of him overloading his brain with his electricity, effectively short-circuiting himself and rendering him useless to stop either of them from capturing the warhead. I'll take the east stairs, you get the west? Todoroki curtly suggests, already splitting off and taking the stairs. This just makes Izuku mute his comms microphone and start quietly grumbling angrily to himself. Oh, I'm Todoroki Shudo. I'm Endeavor's kid and I'm used to getting sheet handed to me all the time. I'm clearly right because I'm always right and I don't need to, I don't know, confer with my teammate because everything I do is always in everyone's best interest, obviously. And I also have a huge, hello, Kirishima. The redhead in question steps around the corner. "You good, bro?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. He shakes his head, lazily walking forward with a shrug and turning his mic on again. "Need that on for cooperation points. Bro, I accidentally scheduled like 3 extra lessons in a row after school today. I'm gonna be dead when I come in tomorrow." The boy lets his hands drop into his pockets for a moment, cataloging his belongings. As he does this, Kirishima brings up a tentative guard. "Extra lessons? Don't you think that's going a bit overboard? Yue's gonna run you ragged, dude. I'm sure the teachers here wouldn't be peeved if you asked for extra help if you need it." "Oh, you think?" "No." Izuku pulls his staff from his back, given to him because a crowbar is apparently not seen as a proper weapon, while his other hand moves to rest against the grappling hook at his waist. "Yeah, no." He rips the grappling hook from his side, firing it past Kirishima and letting it yank him forward, swinging his staff to connect with his opponent's torso. The faux villain falls, quickly getting back up and grinning. "Nice shot, dude," he cheers, slamming his knuckles together. "Let's go." Lunging forward, Kirishima throws a haphazard punch with a hardened fist toward Izuku's face. All he can do is smack the arm with his own, leaving it to tear his jacket and scrape both his forearm and cheek. Support needs to look into better material. Ignoring the pain, the greenette smacks his staff into the other teen's knee, guessing he activated his quirk by the metallic clang. This is followed by a right hook that does little more than cut up Izuku's knuckles. Looks like he just has to do things that Kirishima can't see coming. Can't see it, can't use his quirk to protect against it. "Your quirk reminds me of Crimson Riot," Izuku idly comments, holding back the slight wince at the twinge of pain that comes from moving his cheek. "Costume does a little too. You a fan?" Kirishima lobs another fist at Izuku, which is barely blocked by the latter's staff. The taller boy grabs the metal bar, attempting to twist it from Izuku's hand. Jumping and kicking off Kirishima's chest, the quirkless teen wrenches the weapon from his enemy's hand and flipping back, skidding as he lands. His springboard stumbles a few steps before righting himself. Izuku dives right back in, doing his best to test the extent of Kirishima's quirk by attacking as many places as he can simultaneously. He makes a big show of winding up with his staff, aiming for Kirishima's head. Meanwhile, he kicks at the other boy's knee and pulls an elbow out of the swing and toward his throat. All 3 strikes land, the one to the knee being the only one to do damage. The left arm of his jacket torn enough for it to be more of a hindrance than anything. Izuku pulls the knife from its now visible sheath and cuts off the sleeve. He stares Kirishima down with a violent gaze, almost oblivious to the blood running down his arm. The knife twirls in Izuku's hand as he contemplates his next attack. He can't go for the eyes, sadly, because this is a training exercise and maiming your classmates is generally frowned upon. "That doesn't mean I can't pretend to go for the eyes," he decides, going for the eyes. His targets widen in surprise as the blade approaches. At the last second, though, Izuku swings the blade down, hearing it grind against the hardened surface of Kirishima's cheek as it slashes. Kirishima grabs Izuku by his shirt and hair, throwing him as best he can into the wall, looking awfully baffled. On a whim, Izuku tries to turn the baffled expression into one of pure bewilderment. "Okay, here's how I see this," begins the greenette. "We are 2 unarmed men in a battle of wits. I'm too mentally dense to know when to back down and you're too physically dense for me to do jack shit. We are at an impasse. Therefore, I propose a friendly game of rock, paper, scissors to settle the score. Winner gets to capture the loser. What did you say?" Poor Kirishima looks like his brain just shut off mid-fight. "And no," he replies, sounding more confused than anything, as if asking Izuku if this was the right answer. Bold of him to assume Izuku knows anything. "HM. Well, it was worth a try, right?" Grappling hook to the rescue once again, Izuku shoots past Kirishima, launching himself into the redhead's chest. Maybe his opponent just has issues with balance or Izuku's good at hitting just the right spot, but the boy falls to the ground once again, momentarily pinned by the smaller of the 2. Out of curiosity, do you happen to know what you rank on the Mohs scale with your quirk activated? Izuku asks it with such a genuine interest in his eye that Kirishima stops fighting back for a moment. Now he's thrown him off his rhythm. Honestly, if he can't do anything physically to beat Kirishima, he might as well stall him long enough for Todoroki to get the young Todoroki has secured the warhead. The heroes are victorious. For a second there, Katsuki actually thought Deku was going to fight for once in his life. Physical fighting, not shitty mind games and faking his own suicide. Then he went back to his cheap tricks, if Shitty Hair's face was anything to go by. Katsuki might almost feel disappointed in the nerd. But, of course, saying that would imply that Katsuki actually gives half a shit and he wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong FANG idea. Stupid FING Deku. When Izuku returns to class after a swarm of students asking what the F just happened and a quick healing a la Recovery Girl, All Might has just started the next match. He wordlessly hands Izuku an earpiece with a look that says that they'll talk later. Asikas to be him. Izuku has classes. The hero will just have to either talk quickly or wait. Todoroki keeps side-eyeing him and, despite Izuku's best efforts, he can't make himself ignore him. Wonder what his problem is. He pins his gaze to the screen, listening to Bakugo and Jairu squabble. Why does he get an earpiece? Ashido asks, sounding almost whiny. That's not fair. Bakugo lets loose a line of expletives. That would make his mother cringe. And she's the one that taught him to swear. Netsu has me working on quirk analysis, Izuku explains in a tired voice, as if this is the 78th time he's had to retell the tale. It's easier for me to analyze when I know the intention behind this move or that attack. Someone behind him gasps. Netsu? Hagakure questions. Why? Izuku doesn't offer a response beyond his non-committal shrug. On screen, Jairu thwops Bakugo upside the head with one of her jacks. You're at a 10 and I'm going to need you to bring it down to at least a 7, if not a 5, she drawls. He opens his mouth, likely to cuss her out, but she smacks him again. You keep running your mouth like that and they'll find us just because you were too loud. If you shut your face, I can try and find them with my quirk. Izuku smirks. She's smart and she won't take Bakugo's sheet. This was a good partner choice on All Might's part. Though scowling, Bakugo stops talking as Jairu jabs her jack into the wall. Stupid A Beach thinks she can boss me or, Bakugo grumbles before getting hit a third time. Shut, Jairu orders coolly glaring. You're making this harder than it has to be and if we lose, it'll be your fault. Izuku can't help his snicker. For once, Izuku isn't the only one telling Bakugo off. Maybe Izuku should start spending time around Jairu after this is over. After the fight, their classmates focus on Midoriya rather than Shudo. On the one hand, he's grateful to not have to deal with attention, but what, exactly, did his partner do to warrant this response? He almost wants to ask. This desire builds throughout the rest of the rounds till he can barely fight it anymore. Just before sheer curiosity overtakes him, Kirishima pulls Shudo's Kori aside. You really can't blame Shudo if he follows, can you? He waits just around a corner from the pair. Kirishima seemed befuddled as the 2-3 broke off from the pack. That just makes Shudo want to know what happened even more. Midoriya? Opens the red-haired boy tentatively. What's up? The other teen replies smoothly. Shudo can picture the nonchalance with which he rocks back on his heels, hands shoved haphazardly in his pockets. Kirishima pauses, likely combing over his words one last time. What was that? In our fight? When you just dash? Midoriya laughs, a light-hearted noise even Shudo can appreciate. Dude, I have, no filter. Sometimes it works in my favor. It's good for confusing the ever-living shit out of whoever I'm talking to. Sometimes it doesn't work in my favor at all. Your quirk's really cool, by the way. You could do a lot with that. And I'm sorry for hitting you a bunch. It was kinda my way of trying to work around your quirk. By the rock-paper-scissors offer, you can see that didn't go incredibly. I'll get it at some point, though. Shudo hears footsteps and turns to walk away, heading back to change. Come on, dude. We're gonna be late for our next class if we don't go now. When Midoriya and Kirishima catch up to Shudo, the bicolored teen watches the shortest of the three's smile fall. He doesn't look upset or angry or contemptuous. His smile just falls. All Shudo can do is glare at his receding back. He's not sure how to feel about the greenette, but it currently isn't anything good. Todoroki was listening in on Izuku's conversation. As if Izuku didn't already dislike his cocky, arrogant butt. He'll prove he isn't someone to be overlooked and underestimated soon enough. From what I can tell, Kuda has some confidence issues and Todoroki flat out refuses to use his fire, which could prove problematic for his future. Izuku mutters, more to himself than to the deflated hero across from him. It could be cool to get Ochako and Shiro to work together and create a super move. Maybe using Kirishima as a projectile? His pencil scritching in his notebook isn't quite loud enough to hide the sound of All Might shifting uncomfortably. Young Midoriya, he opens. Would you please dash? Izuku keeps talking, barely aware that the man said a thing. Satu and Kaminari could both learn a thing about restraint with their quirks. Maybe Vlad King would be able to help them with that. Young Midoriya, Shuji, Hagakure, and Jiru could all do well in Stealth Field's dash. Midoriya Izuku. The hero's voice is stern and might have been considered a shout had his voice been any louder than it was. It makes Izuku jump, finally looking up from his notes. Put the book down, please. Shutting the book, Izuku tilts his head. Sorry, did you need something? His notebook, number 17, rests on the couch beside him, though his fingers itch to get everything he learned today onto the pages. The man fixes him with a piercing blue stare, seeming to try and draw all the boy's secrets from his body with his eyes. Today, during the exercise, what in the world was that? He runs a hand through his hair, eyes swimming in a sea of confusion. What was what? Izuku's eyes widen in pure curiosity. Do you mean my questions? All Might purses his lips a moment. Among other things. Young Midoriya, it was clear to me that your mind was elsewhere. What? It wasn't though? My mind was on the fight. You weren't fighting seriously. That kind of carelessness can and will get you killed. The safety of yourself and those around you should always be top priority as a hero, not how hard the opponent's quirk makes his skin. Izuku's a little upset now. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not exactly sure what fight you were watching, but here's what I experienced. I tried attacking. I did. I tried real hard and got all bumped and scraped up for my efforts. A little more than upset, maybe. His tone is defensive, annoyed, and standoffish as he points to the scar on his cheek. As for his defensiveness, Izuku generally prefers not being questioned at every turn. Call him crazy, but he likes to think people trust him to have some idea of what he's doing. Clearly that didn't work. So I posited a peaceful resolution. A game of chance, which Kirishima then declined. In my hopes that Todoroki would find the target before time ran out, I decided my main goal was to stall. Keep Kirishima off Todoroki's back so he could get us the win. He stands, pacing in front of his own couch. At that point, Kirishima was so thrown off that any strange question might just give me the edge I needed to incapacitate him. I asked a strange question, since my words were clearly able to do what I could not. Now tell me, in what way was my attention not on my fight? When All Might doesn't reply, Izuku continues, heated now. And who are you to talk of carelessness? Of not looking out for your own safety? I have never once seen you back down from a fight. Not when you were bleeding or ill or on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. I have heard stories of you going all over Japan in a single day, taking out every big bad and stopping any and every crime you came across along the way. The teen's pacing stops as he jarks to stare at the hero in front of him, the fire in his eyes looking eerie behind the green of his iris. You have a goddamn hole in your chest, and you're going to lecture me about self-preservation? I don't think so. You have no right. No authority. That injury should have put you out of commission, but here you are, however many years later, still the number FNG1 hero. Izuku lets loose a wordless shout of frustration, nails digging into the flesh of his palms. I dash. Izuku silences the blonde with a teacher-grade glare. What kind of example are you setting for your fans? He hisses, leaning in close. That it's okay to run yourself into the ground so long as you're protecting others? That you can break yourself beyond repair so long as you can save the day? That one should definitely disregard their own safety for the sake of those around them. He scoffs, a dry laugh peeling from his lips. Maybe before you try being a teacher, you should try learning a thing or two. Common sense, for instance. Collecting his belongings, Izuku storms out, leaving All Might to contemplate his human existence. Alone in the silence of the teacher's lounge, Toshinori can't help but wonder what kind of monster he just unleashed on the world. No one who knows him as All Might has ever talked to him that way since he became the symbol of peace, save Nedzu, Recovery Girl, and Gran Torino. And certainly not after only knowing him personally rather than through the media for 2 days. God save whoever decides to cross that boy. Of course, after a long day of dealing with stubborn people, Izuku has to go and teach 2 of the most stubborn students he has. What happened? Dabi demands, a sharp, almost protective edge in his voice. He jabs at the fresh scar on Izuku's cheek. This wasn't here last time I saw you. Izuku swats the hand away. Oh, come on, Dabi. Keep it up and I might actually think you care, he deadpants. He sets his bag on the table, pulling out his notebook and flipping to the page for the scarred man. Today feels like an English day. He hates the scar now. At first, he was fine with it, but it apparently interests Dabi more than comma rules. Izuku doesn't like that in the least. Brat, what happened? I'm not asking again, he growls, leaning over the table to get in Izuku's face. Sitting down, Izuku smirks up at his student. Good. Then we can move on. Tense silence fills the room, the conflict between the 2 nearly palpable. I'll sick Sora on you, the raven-haired man threatens. Eye twitching, Izuku meets Dabi's glare with one twice as menacing. UBSTRD. Sheet went down in a training exercise. It's purely superficial and I was told it should fade away in due time. Not a big deal. So sit your nosy butt down and get ready to learn a thing or two. Next time you butt your ugly mug in where it doesn't belong, I'll be expecting payment in the form of your backstory, he grumbles, smacking Dabi's arm with his notebook. I said sit. Who hurt you? Sora grabs Izuku by the shirt, pulling him close. At this point, he honestly doesn't have the energy to fight back. Who effed up your face? His head rolls back in a display of emotional exhaustion. I did, he mumbles. The hand on his front wrenches Izuku back and forth. Stop trying to cover for people, his friend orders. He lets his head come forward again until he's looking Sora in the eye. I couldn't block in time during training. It's nothing. He dares her to try again. Sora shoves him away lightly, grumbling incoherently to herself. Go. You have another lesson. Izuku puts up a mock salute, expression rather blank save for the tired, though playful glint in his eye. Yes, milady. What happened to your face? Tomura asks blandly. Izuku rolls his eyes. Nothing of importance. Moving on, do you have your assignment? The blue-haired wine-ass doesn't like this reply. I asked you a question. Fucker. And I gave you an answer. I said to drop it, so drop it. Next time you try, we can play a fun game of, does your quirk still work if you only have 4 fingers? Looks like geometry is on the menu today. I'll kill you. Not looking up from his papers, Izuku shrugs. Sounds like a win-win for me. You don't learn anything and I finally get a break from bratty students who feel highly entitled to absolutely everything for no DM reason. Did you analyze the poems like I asked, or are you going to try and disregard my assignments like you do my protests? A paper slams on the table between the 2. I did your stupid assignment, Tomura snarls. Taking the paper, Izuku scans it quickly, smiling on the inside. Good. You can actually follow the most simple instructions. I was getting worried there. The analysis isn't terrible in the least. It's up to Izuku's standards and shows that, despite his shitty personality, Tomura actually wants to learn. Let's talk about radiance. It hit Toshinori when he got home that he didn't get a chance to ask young Midoriya about the certain someone he'd mentioned before the exercise started. He almost doesn't want to ask now, worried about making his partial colleague unwilling to cooperate with him. This would be why the hero finds himself having tea with Nedzu, trying to sort things out. Yagi, you may not realize this, but in your pursuit of knowledge, you insulted his strategy. As a strategy-oriented creature myself, I can see why Midoriya got upset. Nedzu stirs some sugar into his tea before taking a tentative taste. And, from what you've told me, he does raise some valid points. You do overwork yourself more often than you should, and that injury should have put you out of commission a long time ago. You can't fault him for taking offense to you not practicing what you preach and insulting his thought process rather than trying to understand it. The hero winces, hand tightening around his tea. And how should I go about fixing this? Toshinori knows he's more combat-oriented than anything. Sure, he's personable but mostly in a marketable way. At this point, he's mostly just scared of accidentally making things worse. Nedzu tuts, his teacup clinking against its saucer. That's up to you to figure out. You'll have plenty of opportunities as he's still on the payroll and attending this school. You'll find a way, Yagi. You always do. The intruder alarm goes off, making Toshinori jump. His thoughts leap to the students. He goes to get up, to protect the children, but Nedzu raises a paw. It's just the press. Everyone's fine. You would be more useful at the East Building. What's at the East Building? Was Izuku hoping for a nice, easy day? Yes, of course. Was he expecting one? Not in the least. He never has one of those. He's starting to think they're a myth. This would be why he is just disappointed rather than surprised when he dangles from the ceiling by a grappling hook he isn't supposed to have on him at the moment, yelling at half the cafeteria that it's just the press who broke in and that they're not in any specific danger while Ida yells at the other half. Honestly? Why are people so apathetic toward their fellow humans? Do the reporters not care about the school of children? The students' day that they're disrupting? The fact that those kids are probably scared? Is all that really worth it for a good story? It was quite the experience when Nedzu popped out of the wall at Izuku while he was washing his hands after using the bathroom. The principal then told Izuku he had to come to a staff meeting after school today because he is, somehow, part of the UA staff. He also neglected to tell the boy where it was. Which leads to this enchanting situation. The rest of the class files from the room when the school day ends, but Izuku hangs back, feeling awkward as all hell. Izawa should know, right? Izawa is part of the staff. He should know. Midoriya, you do realize you can leave now, right? The teacher looks up from his desk, locking eyes with the teen and increasing Izuku's anxiety tenfold. Where's the staff meeting? Izuku asks quickly, voice almost but not quite cracking. That gets Aizawa's attention, making the man narrow his eyes. Why do you need to know? And here comes the anxiety. Nedzu told me to come and I should be going and I just need to know, so please sir, where is the staff meeting? His words blend together as he fidgets frantically, pulling at the hem of his blazer. Whether it's the anxiety in his voice and posture or the knowledge of the fact that Nedzu would and has done wilder things than hire a child, Aizawa seems convinced. He sighs, rubbing his brow before getting up. Follow me. As soon as he enters the conference room, Izuku pulls out his notebook and sits in the empty seat between Midnight and Vlad King. Eraser, why's your kid in here? The blood hero asks, jerking a thumb toward Izuku. Nedzu isn't here yet, and he'll have to go straight to a lesson today. He was banking on the hour or so between school and class to get his lesson plan done, but now he doesn't have it. Is he someone's kid? So, for math, he should probably do a refresher on the law of sines. Mike laughs loudly at that, making Izuku jump and mess up his word. All Might, you have a secret kid you've been hiding? The hero jokes. What if Izuku had a pop quiz on the Cold War too? Midnight taps Izuku lightly on the back of the hand. Shouldn't you be getting home? She asks, her rather SXL persona apparently having been taken off as soon as school hours ended. Izuku personally believes she shouldn't be using that persona to interact with literal children, but what does he, a literal child, know? Akira was having trouble with cell anatomy. Izuku should set up a private session with him. And Rin can't for the life of, hey, kid dash, her remember anything about nuclear chemistry. Why are you here? He wonders if Amaru would help her out. That's a thought. Maybe he could get Setsuna to come to one of his classes to help him with anatomy. Is he ignoring us? Shut up and let him do his work. Midori dash. Please stop trying to talk to me. I have to make lesson plans and I wasn't made aware of this meeting so I don't have nearly as much time as I thought I did to plan today's lessons. I just nay dash. He cuts himself off, silently staring down at his notebook. Izuku then looks up, meeting Ectoplasm's eyes as he loathes the very existence of radiance. I know your pain. Before Izuku can look back down at his notebook, Nedzu makes his grand entrance. I see we're all here. That means we can begin, he decides. Mike nods to Izuku. Is the little listener meant to be here? I'm on the payroll. I have the teaching experience All Might lacks, so I'm pretty much teaching him how to be a teacher, Izuku mutters, flipping to a new page to take notes. Izuku's never really been to an actual meeting before. He will take every note. A glance down the table reveals a bashful All Might. Embarrassed that a 15-year-old can do something the number one hero can't? That's just hilarious to Izuku. I will admit, he has been an incredible help to me. How honest. It makes Izuku feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Aizawa inspects Izuku again, despite being the one that brought him here and knowing about his teaching in the slums. Nedzu, are you sure he should be here? The hero inquires. He is a teacher here, just as much as you are, reasons Nedzu, taking a seat. Izuku sighs, scanning the room. Can we please get started? He pleads. I have to go teach in, like, an hour. I don't want to be late. I can understand a 15-year-old being on the staff seeming weird, but I just want to get this over with. His homeroom teacher's expression turns to annoyance. I'm sorry I confuse you, Izuku snaps at last. Izuku doesn't often take an attitude with figures of authority. He's a teensy bit stressed. Being questioned isn't helping much. Of course, this rude tone earns him a glare from Aizawa. And Izuku is just at the point in his exasperation that he glares right back. Teacher-grade glare, generally reserved for students who are being disruptive and making Izuku contemplate murder. Aizawa legitimately flinches, which is something Izuku never thought he'd witness. Holy sheet. Present Mike whispers from the other side of midnight, the quietest Izuku has ever heard him. What is this kid? The child leans out around midnight, fixing the voice hero with the same glare, plus a twitching eye. Running on an hour of sleep. This kid is running on an hour of sleep and will have to go from here to deal with my students who, if this day continues to be sheet, will drive me up a wall. He turns to Nedzu, expression pleading. Please start the meeting. Midnight dearest, why are you the way that you are? Diamond eraser. I didn't know you had a kid. Her playful expression turns to fear as both glares turn to target her. She had to know that was a not smart move. Luckily, she's saved by the Nedzu. First order of business, the break-in today. On the one hand, Izuku was able to finish his plans on the train. On the other, nothing pisses Izuku off more than people not listening to him. That can probably be attributed to years of being ignored, but we're not here to unpack Izuku's tragic backstory. We're here to hear about Izuku's lesson the day of the break-in, and the staff meeting that mainly served to put him on edge. Reporters weren't the only ones to get past the gate, or so it was explained to Izuku, but, again, let's not get off topic. Let me set the scene. Students of various ages, all sitting in the old desks of the aged, dilapidated, run-down school. Most are good children, regardless of their actual age. Most being the operative word. In the back corner of the room sits a group of about 5 students, all murmuring something Izuku can't quite hear and generally ignoring his lesson. That just won't do. The greenette hears whispers of attack and something about a monster. He doesn't really care about the content of the conversation, just that there is one. With a passive-aggressive smile, Izuku closes the textbook on the desk in front of him and picks it up. He then holds it off the side of the desk, above the floor. When it drops, it lands with a loud thud that echoes through the room, pulling the inattentive students' focus from their words. Hey, get the F out. Izuku invites with the same jovial tone you'd invite an old friend into your house. Like, hey, it's been a while, but worse. A few words of dissent rise up around the room until Izuku pushes another book off the desk like an a-hole cat. The room falls silent again and he tilts his head, smile still on his face, though slightly strained. I am here of my own accord. You are here of your own accord. If you're planning on wasting my time, just leave. It's your choice whether or not you learn. No one is making you attend this class. He throws a hand toward the door. Either shut up and pay attention, or leave. I'm in attention where? All eyes on me, you little sheets. The offending students, much to Izuku's pleasure, face forward, looking slightly guilty. When no one gets up, Izuku crosses his arms. Are we all ready to get back to the lesson? A few people nod, so Izuku does just that. They should know he's needy by now. That was just rude. Izuku isn't going to lie. He thought this field trip could be fun, despite the fact that he doesn't have his full hero costume since his jacket got a little ruined during the battle training. Going to the USJ, meeting 13, practicing some rescue exercises. All good things. Lots of fun. Until the class enters the USJ and Aizawa tells 13 about how All Might isn't coming because the dumbass overexpended himself with 3 fights this morning, that is. All that it takes to take Izuku from excited to confused to said is the opening of a familiar portal in the central plaza. From said pit of black wanders out a ton of people, all armed with weapons and quirks. Some Izuku recognizes. Those being ones Izuku is ready to throttle. 13, get them out of here. Aizawa orders, pushing to the front of the steps. I'll hold them dash. He doesn't get to finish his sentence before Izuku is standing beside him, yelling. Are you kidding me? He shouts, eyes dancing around the plaza. You 3 all have at least 2 overdue essays. He points to a group toward the front. I know you 6 have some sine-cosine tangent problems that I doubt you've started. Is this really the best way to spend your time? A few murmurs of F dash, and I didn't know he was going to be here, and a weak little, hi sir, rise out of the sea of intruders, not that the greenette cares. Aizawa tries to shove him back, but Izuku ducks his arm. Walking down the steps. He also ducks the hero's capture scaff, if that counts for anything. His students step back, pulling the not his students out of the way and forming a path. As he walks, he names each person's crimes and assignments. This must be bizarre to his classmates, but Izuku also doesn't care all that much. Soon, he stands in front of Tamura and Kurojairi, arms crossed. My one rule, is to not commit any illegal action in my presence. So you take that rule and spit on it by attacking my class. He whirls around to the rest of the attackers. All of you want the lessons to stop. 'Cause I can just stop. I don't need your demon money. Izuku turns back to Tamura, taking the hand off his face and pulling him in by the shirt till the two are nearly nose to nose. Especially not yours, he hisses. Even the air stills as Izuku surveys those around him. 1A stands frozen and bewildered. The teachers look the same. The villains look rather scared, whether because they're his students and don't want him to stop teaching or pile on a ton of extra assignments, or because the other villains are freaking out and they don't know what's going on. Which is valid, to be honest. UA students, get out. Izuku commands. Kurojairi, take these assholes out of here if you want Tamura to keep receiving lessons. A moment passes where no one moves. Am I talking to myself? And have fun explaining to everyone else why the next week of lessons has been cancelled. He claps his hands a few times, shooing at literally everyone and being entirely done with everything. You know, a normal Tuesday. You dash, Tamura growls. No, you have a research project I assigned last month that you still haven't shown me. Izuku smacks him across the face with the face hand. He doesn't know when or where he got it in his head that yelling at criminals was 1, a good and smart thing, or 2, something that might actually work, but apparently luck is on Izuku's side today. With a sigh, Kurojairi starts grabbing henchmen and sending them elsewhere. As the plaza empties, Izuku locks the man with a cold glare. You're both on thin ice, he warns, voice as frigid as the metaphorical ice the villains skate on. He hands Tamura back his hand, praying that it's just a prop from a Halloween store but knowing in the back of his mind that it isn't. When, at last, Kurojairi, his man-child, and their pet monster disappear, Izuku sits on the edge of the fountain with a scowl. One rule. He has one rule. What? Midoriya plops down on the fountain as the last of the villains disappear into black, fuming. Shoyuta, on the other hand, stands at the top of the stairs, goggles on, capture weapon at the ready, despite not being able to catch his student with it, prepared for a fight that isn't going to happen. It's one thing to see a child diffuse a gang war with an essay. It's another story to hear about that same boy stopping a serial killer with a history lesson. It's a completely different book from a different genre in a different library to see that child dive headfirst into a sea of people ready to fight, maim, and kill, armed with nothing but a mental checklist of due and overdue assignments, to see villains part like the Red Sea as he walks, to watch him get in the face of the head villain with no fear in his posture, to hear him order the villains to retreat, and to watch him slap the head villain and tell his ride to get everyone out or else. Needless to say, Shoyuta feels like he just watched a cat sing in perfect Russian and a frog translate it into Japanese for him. When he breaks from his stupor, Shoyuta descends the stairs, coming to stand in front of Midoriya, arms crossed. "What was that?" the man asks sternly. The boy meets Shuta's eyes, his own alight with some mixture of emotions. An attempt at a bloodless resolution. My students respond well to my threats, and that generally confuses the others into doing what I want them to do. I'm the only one who will teach Tamura, the hand guy, so Kurogiri kind of has to do what I say if he wants me to keep teaching. He stretches, seeming to calm down slightly. "I didn't even have to threaten my safety this time," remarks the child with all the emotion one would use if they didn't care much about sports but their team won when they weren't expecting it. "So that implies you've had to do that before," Shoyuta points out critically, to which Midoriya just casually nods. "What made you think the best option was for you, a child, to jump headfirst into a group of villains who seemed pretty ready to at least maim?" Midoriya shrugs and Shoyuta wants to strangle him. "My experience tells me they're more likely to hurt each other than me. An education is worth a lot." The way this child thinks. So reckless. "You can't bank on that," the professional teacher argues. "Clearly I can," the mostly recreational teacher quips back, pensively looking into the distance. "I do wish they'd follow the rules though. Like, I know they're not exactly the best, most moral people, but still. They deserve an education. If I'm giving it to them, the least they can do is not be criminals in front of me, right?" He turns back to Shoyuta with an unreadable expression, though the hero thinks he sees some hope in there. "If I can teach them, maybe I can change their ways and set them on the right path. Is that so wrong?" Sighing, Shoyuta sits beside the boy and gives him a tired stare. "No, not in the least. What is wrong is throwing yourself into a dangerous situation on the grounds that maybe you could talk the villains out of attacking. What would have happened if they didn't listen?" The conflicted expression on Midoriya's face makes Shoyuta think he's won. Then the Greenette opens his mouth. "Well, Tamura could have disintegrated me, Kai could have set me on fire, Akito could have electrocuted me, at least 7 of them could have impaled me with various sharps, including but not limited to glass, wood, needles, and their own bone. I could have been thrown, had my neck snapped, had the strength of Earth's gravity on me increased to the point that I was crushed under my own weight, been drowned with." Midoriya now notices Shuta's worried and confused expression, it seems. How is this child so flippant about his own life? How can he sit there and rattle off a list of ways he could have been killed had things not gone according to plan, like he's giving a menu for tomorrow's brunch? "Midoriya, don't you care about your own safety?" Shoyuta asks after a moment. "How did you make it this far if you care so little?" "Overwhelming spite, resentment, and determination," the boy explains, leading Shoyuta to realize he said that last bit aloud. "Aizawa, I'm quirkless. You know this, as do I. Quirkless folk aren't treated especially great in this world. People don't care about us. They don't even see us as human till they're digging a human-sized hole in the ground for the 20-something-year-old who was killed in a hate crime, or the 6-year-old who couldn't survive the bully's strong quirk, or the 14-year-old who jumped off the school roof because the one person who may have actually been his friend once told him he was worthless and that he should kill himself, hoping for a better quirk on the next go-around on the carousel of life. You all must have thought it when you got my application. What's a quirkless kid supposed to do? How can a quirkless kid make it in a hero school? How can a quirkless kid expect to make it past the practical? Tell me, how many of you followed me on the screen, watching my every move because it was so intriguing that a quirkless kid thought he stood a chance? Because you wanted to see how the quirkless kid would try and get through this. Midoriya stands up, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jacket and starting to walk away. How many of you were genuinely surprised when I took down the 0-pointer on my own? He pauses, glancing over his shoulder a moment, meeting Shuda's eyes with sad ones of his own. How many were surprised when I took first, and how many times did you rewatch the footage to make sure I didn't cheat? At this, he starts walking again, rejoining his classmates and fielding a bunch of questions. He dances around the answers of like a pro. Show you to feel sick. How much of that actually happened while he and the others were judging the exam? How much of that speech was speculation and how much was honest experience? How can show you to fix this, not just for Midoriya, but for any quirkless kid? Kirishima is the first to approach Izuku after his talk with Aizawa. Dude, what the hell was that? He questions, eyes wide with alarm as he grabs Izuku by the shoulders. Successful? Izuku tries, quirking up the corner of his lip in an awkward half-smile. Ochako sidles up beside the pair, jabbing playfully at Izuku's side. Sora's gonna kill you, she sing-songs. Chuckling, Izuku shakes his head with a more genuine smile. No, she won't. Odds were in my favor. 9 out of 10 chance that everyone would listen and if off and life would be good, the boy assures, patting his friend on the back. The redhead's jaw drops. That's still a 1 in 10 chance that they murdered you. Like it was manly as hell, but still. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku crosses his arms. And then they get murdered or tortured because someone willing to teach in the slums is not something that you come across very often. I'm a hot commodity that many are protective of, he explains. Their own gangs would probably turn against them if they even sat by and watched as someone attacked me. You're not wrong, Ochako corroborates with a fond smile. Aru would probably take out half of them on his own. Kirishima looks ready to blow a gasket, maybe throttle Izuku, maybe drop to the ground in the fetal position. Deku, what the dash? Izuku rounds on Bakugo, who stalks up behind him, snarling and growling. See? Regular old Tuesday. I'm not in the mood for your sheet today. Shut your face or I won't tell Ochako to put you down next time. Everyone loads back up on the bus and heads back to the school, deciding the safety of the USJ has been compromised. Uraraka is the only one that actually talks to Midoriya, the two of them being the only ones who talk at all aside from the spread whispers here and there. For the most part, the ride back is occupied by the class staring at Midoriya and trying to figure out what the F he is because he clearly isn't human, Shudo very not excluded. Nothing about Midoriya makes sense for Shudo. He's one of the first people to see Shudo and not jump to Endeavor, rather forcing him to prove himself worthy of respect and consideration. He didn't for a second let Shudo boss him around. He asked nonsense questions while locked in battle. Nedzu picked him out for something that he apparently can't go into depth about. He decided that the best way to defuse the attack was to yell at the villains about schoolwork. And it worked. Literally every expectation Shudo may have had about anyone in UA has been shattered by one tiny, reckless, green child. What's he going to pull out of his butt next? He's quirkless? Ridiculous. After a round of extensive questioning by the Mizudafu police, which is essentially just Izuku repeating what he has already said about 34 3/4 times, Izuku heads straight to Sora. Or he tries to, at least. At the end of the road, he is met by a good chunk of his students who attacked the USJ. Congratulations on making it into the hero course. They cheer, fear hiding in their frilly words. Izuku glares at them all, silently threatening them with murder and math. Out of my sight, he commands, voice dark. I'll see you all next week, when lessons begin again. That is, unless someone decides they want me to extend the education ban. This gets them scurrying away like spooked crabs, allowing Izuku to continue in peace. That is until Dabi decides to be a nosy little sheet. He's very good at it. Brat, he greets. Dipshit, Izuku replies, not sparing him a glance until the scarred man places a hand on his shoulder. What? Heard you had a bit of fun at school today. Izuku opens his mouth to tell him off. You were on the news. The dumbass kid that stopped an attack by doing pretty much nothing. The press got footage but couldn't get audio. Wanna tell me what you did? Fing leeches. Story-hungry leeches that don't give a shit about others. I reminded everyone there of my one rule, Izuku snipes. Feel free to blame them for the lack of lessons this week. He forcibly removes Dabi's hand from his shoulder, deliberately dropping it in disgust. If you're going to be in but, do it elsewhere, Freddy. Fuck her, Dabi grumbles. I was just trying to make sure you were okay. The last part is so quiet Izuku almost doesn't hear it. Almost. He turns around with a sarcastic smile. Would you look at that? The Tin Man found his heart. I'm fine. Just generally said. Planning to escort your local damsel in distress to her Prince Sora, or do you just want to off? Dabi shrugs before shoving his hands in his pockets. Ain't got anything better to do, he admits, walking down the street. Come along, Your Highness. Snickering, Izuku hooks his arm through Dabi's elbow, pointedly ignoring the funny look the dark-haired man gives. The pair walk off further into the slums, either ignoring the other or poking fun at him. At least it helps Izuku to relax. While aware of the events of the USJ attack, Nedzu doesn't expect 13 and Eraserhead to come seek him out. Nedzu, could we have a moment of your time? Asks the gender-ambiguous hero. When he nods, the pair fully enter his office, shutting the door behind them. Aizawa begins first. The USJ brought up some concerns to the two of us, mainly regarding Midoriya. He 13 butts in, cutting off their coworker. He ordered the villains to leave. And the villains listened. I'm not sure how much we can trust him. He's clearly working with them, they explain. I'm aware. He teaches in the poorer parts of town, and those that can't get an education for whatever reason have taken to his classes. I was aware of his connection before hiring him, the principal counters. The dark-haired hero purses his lips. He had a connection with the villains leading the attack. What if he's a spy or something? Didn't Mike point out the possibility of a traitor? 13 argues. It seems to be Aizawa's turn to stand up for the green-haired child. If I know anything about Midoriya, he isn't the type. He goes out of his way to avoid bloodshed. I doubt he would intentionally do anything that would put his classmates in danger. Nedzu smiles, glad he isn't the only one seeing reality. Indeed. Now, I'm glad you two saw it pertinent to bring this to my attention, but I do have to ask that, unless evidence against Midoriya comes up, we stay away from attempting to condemn our students. His paw taps against his desk. Besides, if he is a mole, we're still getting information about the villains whether he means to reveal it or not. There are many ways to take care of traitors. Midoriya will grow to regret picking the villain side if that's the side he's chosen. The next day, when homeroom starts, Shoyuta begins to explain the sports festival and its importance. It is the biggest event of the year, after all. He only gets halfway through his spiel, though, when a phone rings. Midoriya pales, wincing once when it starts and again when he sees Shuta's glare. Sorry. I must have knocked the volume button. Alternative, no, I won't, he corrects as he looks at the screen. Yeah, I have to take this. I'm really sorry for the interruption. He gets up, probably to go take the call outside. Put it on speaker, Shoyuta orders, halting Midoriya just before the door. The boy gives him a skeptical look and Shoyuta just waves for him to get on with it. Yes, sir, he says, obeying. Then speaking in what Shoyuta believes is Italian. Yes, you read that right. Italian. The person on the other end of the line, a man, judging by his voice, also speaks in Italian, though his is much more fluid than Midoriya's. Soon, Midoriya begins to smile, even laughing a bit before saying something else, still in Italian. I'm sorry, but I can't talk right now. I'm in class, he says at last, reverting back to Japanese. The man says a few more things in Italian, which Midoriya replies to with Italian. Shoyuta thinks he hears his family name in there. Suddenly, the man switches to heavily accented Japanese. You take care of this boy, Aizawa Shoyuta, he commands. You take very good care of him. Don't threaten my teachers. Midoriya scolds. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye and tell your son I'm proud of him. He then ends the call, mutes his phone, and slides it into his backpack. I am sorry about that, sir. If I didn't answer, he would have traced the call and that didn't go especially well last time. Shoyuta blinks a few times. What was that? He asks at last. The green-haired boy looks away slightly. Are you sure you want to know? Shoyuta doesn't move, just glares. A higher up in the Italian mafia. I helped his son with biology for a bit and said son just got into medical school. He wanted to thank me for my help. Why do you have contacts in the Italian mafia? Why don't you? They have really good food. Shuta's stare turns judgmental in a split second. Really? He deadpants. And the Italian? Payment for my services. I also think I accidentally ordered dinner with how many noodle names I substituted in there. Midoriya sits back down like nothing happened, leaving Shoyuta to both reconcile this in his mind and finish his explanation. DMN problem child. Izuku has many regrets in life. While postponing classes for a week is not one of them, deciding to plan lessons as far into the future as possible with his week of freedom most definitely is. He hasn't slept in 2 days and he is suffering. But he's also stubborn, and he already has 3 weeks planned out. He isn't stopping until his body makes him. Midoriya passed out 2.5 minutes into the staff meeting a few days after the USJ. Shoyuta knows this because the kid walked in looking like he was going to faint at any moment and the adult was afraid he'd do it standing. It's obvious the child hasn't been sleeping. As he sat next to Shoyuta and subsequently fell asleep on his shoulder, it became Shuta's duty to take care of him, which is why he has been stuffed in Shuta's sleeping bag and placed in the corner. Nedzu regards the sleeping student for a moment before turning his attention to his laptop. That's a shame. I somewhat wanted him to witness this. No matter. A few key taps later, a familiar sight shows up on the projection screen at the end of the table. I know there have been protests against having a child on the staff. I understand those protests. But I would also like you all to see how Midoriya works. How much control he can have over a given situation. A recording. It was recorded. And, unlike that clip the media got, this has audio. So everyone can hear his student telling armed and dangerous villains, possibly murderers, to go F themselves. And they're almost impressed. And when Midoriya slaps Shigaraki with his face hand, it seems no one was quite expecting that from the child asleep in the corner. Wait till they find out about the Italian mob. Midnight glances back at Midoriya a few times, trying to reconcile the normally polite boy she has in her classes with the one on screen, telling the man who wanted to attack his class that he's missing an assignment and he won't stand for it. Mike just stares at the screen, incredulous. As you have all probably heard by now, Midoriya Izuku single-handedly stopped what could have been a massacre without any violence, save that slap. Nedzu recaps when the clip ends. I would hope no one will question his position in this school. He's 16. Vlad tries to reason when he finally drags his eyes away from the still image of Midoriya waving off those who probably would have happily murdered everyone in the building had their teacher not been there. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, tossing a glance toward the one person he has met with bigger eye bags than him. 15 actually. He's also smart and knows how to defuse a situation. This isn't the first time he's done something like this, and I doubt it'll be the last. He shakes his head, knowing the child currently stealing his sleeping bag will likely be the death of his dark hair and birth of his gray streaks. I have it on good authority that he's probably the reason why Stain hasn't killed in a few months. He is a force to be reckoned with, and honestly, for your sake, I hope he isn't awake right now. Midoriya rolls over, facing out into the room. He grumbles a bit and Vlad actually looks a little scared. It's understandable. The kid made Shoyuta flinch with a single glare. This paper was due 3 weeks ago, you blown bulb, the child suddenly cries out. Vlad, being closest, actually jumps so badly he falls out of his chair. Shoyuta can't help but be proud of his student. You know what really butters Izuku's biscuits? Having the good mood brought on by one of his students moving forward in life crushed like a pesky little fly under the wheels of an 18-wheeler when a ton of other students just appear in the doorway of Class 1A. Can I help you? He asks tentatively, scanning the apparent audience. Why are they here? Mineta asks, shaking in his boots. He still rubs Izuku the wrong way. He's seen how the kid looks at the girls. Scoping out the competition, Tiny D dash, Bakuga growls, standing in the doorway. Makes sense that this shitty bunch of cannon fodder wants to check us out before the sports festival. We are the class that survived a villain attack after all. Not that it'll mean jacket dash. Izuku rolls his eyes. We survived because I beached the villains out. No need to act all high and mighty unless you want to fill in the missing words. High up on the stairs and away from danger, and a mighty big pain in my butt. He steps up beside the blonde and catches a flash of purple in the crowd. Shinso, he asks incredulously. Why are you? The boy in question shrugs. Was curious, me mumbles. Is the rest of your class as bad as him? Shinso points to Bakugo to emphasize his point. It's Izuku's turn to shrug before a head pops up over the crowd. Tetsutetsu from 1B, it seems. I came over to check you guys out, but all I'm seeing are two arrogant assholes, he calls. Eyes wide with innocent honesty, Izuku stares into Tetsutetsu's soul. I'm not being arrogant, he protests. I walked down the stairs, yelled at many a villain, slapped the head villain, and told them to get the F out. And they did. The greenette smiles when Shinso mutters something about not being surprised, though almost everyone else in the hall looks unconvinced. Do you want me to go grab one of the villains that was there? Do you need someone to corroborate my story? Ask the teachers or my classmates. Or the villains. I can and will go hunt one or two down. I have at least 3 on speed dial. A moment of silence fills the hall at Izuku's last declaration before he exhales, shaking his head. I'll see you in the cafeteria, Shinso, he sighs, turning and heading for the classroom window. Izuku? Ochako asks as he pushes the window open. The boy doesn't acknowledge anything as he pulls his grappling hook from his bag and hooks it on the windowsill. He waves to the crowd still at the door with a small smirk before he steps out the window, lowering himself with what has come to be his favorite tool. What is he? Ashido hisses, staring at the open window. Tako smiles, shrugging. Honestly, I'm not really sure myself. I know he's smart and kind and happy to help, but I also know he's been through some stuff. I know he's become desensitized to a lot of situations that he probably shouldn't be desensitized to this young, and I know he'll leave out big details in a story because they just seem normal to him. She chuckles fondly. I heard a rumor he stopped Stain from killing a hero and got out without Stain touching him once. Crossing her arms, Ashido nods sagely. I see now. He's not human. Got it. The next 2 weeks include Izuku and Ochako practicing fighting several types of opponents, Quirkless and Akiko almost having to physically restrain Izuku from teaching too many classes and overworking himself. Sora makes it fun, Aru makes it difficult, and Dabi makes it Dabi-ish. The fact that he's helping at all is a miracle in Izuku's eyes. Though he does worry for his eyebrows, what with how narrowly he's been dodging the man's attacks. Ducking the latest blast of blue fire, Izuku pops up beside Dabi's arm, pressing a knife against his throat and one against his elbow, threatening to cut the tendon. A bright smile spreads across his face before he twists, kicking the back of Dabi's knee and moving as the black-haired student drops to the ground. Was that good? He asks, turning to Akiko. His mentor smiles, but not really at him. Izuku feels something touch his ankle and stomps on it as hard as he can. Dabi cries out in pain and Izuku thinks he might have heard a crack. But it's not over till it's over, Akiko praises. He isn't wrong, per se, but that kind of advice would get Izuku killed if he was any more reckless. Sora disrupts Izuku's thoughts by flying between him and Akiko, skidding across the floor before lunging back into her fight with Ochako with an excited grin. Not surprising, though Izuku might be interested in watching a quirked fight between the two. Speaking of quirked versus quirkless fighting, I thought we said quirkless. Izuku admonishes, glaring at the man on the ground. Dabi scowls up at him. Because I clearly love to follow instructions, he deadpants, rolling to his back and sitting up, all with a judgmental gaze locked on Izuku. What f-ing prick? Izuku groans, helping Dabi to his feet. Not like I'll get the luxury of quirkless fighting during the sports festival, he admits. There you are. Dabi teases. It's all about perspective. This makes Izuku pee his head. Positive thinking? He asks with a raised brow, leading the dark-haired man to nod. With a smirk, Izuku pulls the man in, pressing the knife to his throat. Then how about you turn this knife into a FNG baguette? Then, Mr. Molotov. Do it all with the power of positive thinking. When Dabi's grin falls, Izuku's grows. That's what I thought. He drops the knife to his side with a laugh. Smart as. To be completely honest, Izuku kind of, maybe, sort of, somewhat, has been zoned out this entire time. One moment, he was changing into his gym uniform, as one does for the UA Sports Festival. At some point he started running through lesson plans and strategies in his head. Most liquids shrink when they solidify and he should move erratically when facing someone with long-ranged attacks. That kind of thing. While he was doing that, he somehow ended up in the middle of a stadium with Ochako elbowing him. "Go make a speech, Mr. First Place in the entrance exam," she urges, putting her hands out for his things. Oh shit. Well, this is going to go swimmingly, isn't it? No plan, no speech in mind, nothing. He could go the Bakugo route and be a massive prick to everyone. I'm gonna win cause I'm Bakugo Katsuki and I'm the best and you're all losers and assholes and dumbass. But, that won't work. It'd be easier, but no. Maybe Dabi? I don't FNG care. This is stupid and I'm only here, 'cause I have to be. Just start the thing and get this bullshit over with. Dabi-ish. Of course it's going to be Dabi-ish. It's a FING imitation. In the end, as he stands up at the microphone and Midnight gives Izuku a thumbs up, he does what he does best. He starts lecturing. In this world of quirks, we're all always told that those are what matter. Our quirks are so important to our futures. If you have this quirk, you should have that job. If you have a water quirk, you should be a fireman. If you have a food-related quirk, you should try for the culinary field. If you have a quirk that isn't very suited for combat, you should by no means make any attempt to be a hero. To that, I have but one thing to say, if you'll all kindly excuse my language. He beams into the camera as it floats past. Izuku raises his right hand nice and high and flips off the entire audience. The F. This society that tries to tell me what I can and can't do. The F. This society that lets people treat others like shit just because they have a strong quirk. The F. This society that looks at quirks more than it does people. You know why? His smile grows even wider as he raises his voice, done being silenced. Done being told to keep his head down. Done being the weak, quirkless kid that everyone but his students always saw him as. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I am the quirkless guy that came first in the UA entrance exam. He declares to the world as his middle finger drops, swinging lifelessly by his side, all his energy flooding his voice. I am not what I am called. I am not weak. I am not useless. I am what I make myself into. I can be a FNG hero if I demon well wanna be. And so can anyone else. He didn't realize it while he was giving his speech, but he apparently started to tear up a bit somewhere in there. When he turns around to his fellow students, there is only silence. No one claps. No one boos. No one moves. No one breathes. So Izuku raises his fist in the air and shouts the school motto as loud as he can. Go beyond, he prompts. After a moment's pause, a majority of the first years raise their fists as well. Plus ultra. They chorus in return. As Izuku rejoins the pack, a few students slap his back or cheer him on. It's weird to say the least. People who don't try and slap him down when they find out he's quirkless. It's nice. Interesting kid you've got there, Eraser. Present Mike quips over the speakers. He stopped the USJ attack too. Wonder what he'll do next. Aizawa groans and Izuku has to suppress a smile, taking his belongings back from Ochako. Something that will take at least 5 years off my life, I can almost guarantee it. For some reason, Izuku begins to think he'll be the lone reason Aizawa ends up with half his hair turned gray by the end of the school year. True to Izuku's style, he tunes the world out once again, basically skimming Midnight's words. Obstacle course, anything goes, blah blah blah. He's not trying to be rude. He's being efficient. Speaking of efficient and anything goes, Izuku opts to take every second he can, throwing himself through the newly formed opening to the course with the grappling hook in his right hand before the start noise goes off, his crowbar trailing along behind him in his left. Anything goes. Why play fair when you can play smart? The hook flings him forward, making him tuck and roll when he lands and start running on his own. What might the first obstacle be? Classmates. The first obstacle is his own classmates. Specifically, Todoroki Shuto. Reflexes gained through fighting Dabi, who refuses to fight without his quirk because he's a stuck-up toaster, are the only things that keep Izuku from getting frozen to the ground. The crackle of ice behind him makes Izuku to jump, cursing the fact that he'll be landing on ice. Well, he lands. And slips. 'Cause that's what happens when you land on ice. After a bit of fighting with gravity and the distinct lack of traction, Izuku ends up back on his feet just as Todoroki skates by like a pro figure skater. Maybe he should try for that if Disney won't take him back. You know what? Hevis with Izuku, Izuku if with him. When Todoroki looks back in confusion after freezing what appear to be leftover entrance exam robots, he is greeted with Izuku winking and blowing him a kiss, grappling hook caught in the dual quirk user's shirt, connecting the two and forcing him to tug Izuku along. Thanks for the ride. Izuku laughs, flicking the switch on the grappling hook to wind it in, pulling its owner along faster. The green net barely makes it past the robots before they crumble, a metal panel flying in past Izuku when Todoroki finally untangles the hook from his shirt. There goes his free ride. On a whim, Izuku picks up the aforementioned metal robot panel. It's dangerous to go alone. He should take that. He'll name it Ryan. Strapping Ryan to his back, Izuku returns to the race, sitting pretty in SEC third. Thanks, Bakugo, said Blonde soars overhead with the help of his quirk, and Izuku momentarily debates shooting him with the grappling hook before ultimately deciding against that. Bakugo isn't worth disqualification. Taking a deep breath and staring at the chasm in front of him, which must be the second obstacle, Izuku tries something he might just grow to regret. Does he care though? Not at the moment. He shoots his grappling hook past the first platform, letting it catch on the edge and jumping, allowing the device to drag him over the gap. It takes a few jumps to get used to the added weight of Ryan on his back, but it's fine. It isn't terrible. It puts Izuku further back from his original lead, though. He can see about 15 people in front of him, not counting Bakugo and Todoroki, who have actually disappeared from sight. So long as he moves on to the next round, Izuku'll be happy. How embarrassing would it be if he made that whole big speech and then got knocked out in the first round? As he touches down on the other side of the second obstacle, he hears it. The explosions. Pink fog rises up from another clearing accompanied by a sign Izuku wishes he couldn't read. That's a minefield. Looks like Ryan's gonna come in handy. With his crowbar, Izuku unearths mine after mine, piling them up and... Let's say the little green gremlin tries his hand at whack-em. It's only after he's in the air that it occurs to Izuku that this may have been an idiotic idea and that he may very well have moved on even without turning himself into a surface-to-air missile. It's a little late for that revelation. Just wait. It gets better. Izuku's going to land in the minefield. If he doesn't land correctly, he could get blown off the course. Well, if he swings a grappling hook? No, he's going faster than the grappling hook can launch. What if yes? That. Step 1 is hanging off the edge of Ryan. Step 2 is using his momentum to at least angle the sheet of metal down. As he lands, Izuku makes sure to tuck and roll, placing Ryan over the mine in the way and letting that explosion send him further ahead. Hey boys. Mighty fine day for a sports festival, wouldn't you say? Quips the greenette as he lands between the two frontrunners. Todoroki scowls and Bakugo looks ready to rip Izuku's throat out. Better not give them the chance. He first drags himself forward by his grappling hook using the fence at the end of the minefield, then takes it a step further in midair by hooking onto the end tunnel. Then the rope snaps, sending Izuku barreling into the tunnel, barely able to get back to his feet. He must have twisted his ankle as he fell or something. It hurts to run and he's definitely going slower. Either way, he's going to take first. He's so close. He's not close enough. Both Todoroki and Bakugo cross the finish line on either side of him. None of them actually know who came first. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. Honest to God quirkless. Shuto had thought it as a joke. An exaggeration. Some point to show how ridiculous all this was. But no. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. It only hits him now, after the race. It hits him like a 4x4 to the face. What is Midoriya Izuku? So, as it turns out, No one else knows who came first either. It gets to the point that Midnight has to call for a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide their positions. The fact that she's making them fight for first, second, and third makes Izuku think that the placements actually matter for the next round. And, knowing you, Izuku thinks it would SCK to come first. "I'll take third," offers the boy, smiling politely. Though he gets a few bewildered looks, Izuku is awarded third. Todoroki takes first by the order of rock beats scissors. Bakugo gets second and angry, though that seems to be his natural state at this point. Midnight calls a break, promising to explain the next event, some sort of puzzle, afterward, and Izuku wanders off to try and fix his grappling hook. He's really said that the wire snapped. In case you hadn't noticed by now, nothing can be easy for Izuku. Midoriya calls the constant thorn in his side, jogging to catch up. "A word." The greenette rolls his eyes, not slowing down in the least. "Sure. Here it is, goodbye." His steps stay at their constant, steady pace, his attempts to get away from Todoroki starting to seem to be in vain. "What do you want?" Izuku asks, hanging a corner to get back to the class warm-up room. "Talk fast and clear. I'll be multitasking while we talk." He shoves open the door and grabs his bag from the corner, tossing it up on the table and pulling out some spare wire and some tools. He should have changed the wire before the sports festival. Too late for that though. "You dash," says his unwelcome companion, cutting himself off, probably trying to figure out what he wants to say. "Why did you take third? And how the hell are you quirkless?" So tactful. Head tilted in concentration, Izuku sets upon replacing the broken wire with the spare. Midnight wanted there to be a clear first, second, and third. Makes one wonder if our rankings will mean something moving forward. Knowing you, the higher you place, the harder life is gonna be for you. If I'm wrong, I still placed well enough to get a good benefit. If I'm right, well, at least I didn't take first. He starts to reassemble his grappling hook, taking great care to make sure it won't fall apart again. As for my quirklessness, I was unlucky, it seems. I drew a shitty hand. If you plan to razz me about it, don't bother. I've heard it all. There's nothing you can say that hasn't already been screamed in my face while I was getting beaten up or whispered to myself as I checked my wounds in front of the mirror. A glance to his classmate reveals the most emotion Izuku has seen on Todoroki's face since he met him. It almost looks like pity. Izuku doesn't need his pity. He doesn't want any pity. He isn't something to be pitied. I wasn't dash. But wouldn't put it past you, Mr. Holier than thou. Mr. Bow at my feet, peasants. Mr. I don't need anyone or anything because half my quirk is strong enough to beat everyone here. I don't want your sympathy. I didn't announce my quirklessness for pity points. I did it to give people hope. Izuku glares at the taller teen, broadcasting his displeasure. He doesn't know why it makes him so mad, but it does. I did it for the people in the same place as I was a few years ago. Beaten down and unable to stand their ground, told they'll never amount to anything more than the dust on their shoes. Told to quit and give up. I never had anything handed to me. Not like Ida or Yaoyorozu with their familial connections, or Bakugo or even you with your quirks and the pedestal that comes with a strong one. I had to build myself up from less than nothing, but I did it. I proved it was possible. That's the hero I want to be. The boy slumps in his chair, staring at the tool in front of him. It isn't just the kind of hero he wants to be. It's the kind of hero he will be. Don't act like you know me. Ice Queen Todoroki is back in action. Now he looks sad. Izuku prefers that to pity. You make it sound like I was. And I wasn't. You act like you're better than everyone else, whether you mean to or not. You act like you're too good to talk to any of us unless you have to. No shit, I don't know you. You don't socialize in the least. You won't let anyone in. He leaves the table, grappling hook and crowbar in hand. I don't have time for pricks like you acting like the world spins because you say it can. Get off your high horse before you fall. With that, Izuku heads back out to the stadium. Let Todoroki do with their conversation what he will. Make groups of 3. Midnight orders when the break ends. Izuku's starting to wonder if he has trust issues, since his first thought is to not group up with anyone he might want to move on. Of course, he should pick people he can trust in the least in case that instinct is wrong. You have 1 minute. Students scramble, 48 bodies rushing to get groups. Izuku ends up with Hagakure and Tsuyu. He thinks it's a good group. On the one hand, he won't be heartbroken if they don't move on, but they also have valuable skill sets that could help them all advance. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to the other groups beyond snickering when he sees that Todoroki and Bakugo were shoved in a group together. For their sakes, Izuku hopes his isn't a cooperative event. Neither are exactly keen on teamwork. Aizawa then begins to explain the next event, both for the students and the audience. The next event will be logic-based. Sure, it isn't exactly flashy, like the other events, but a hero's entire career cannot be just glitz and glam. Izuku could probably name at least 5 heroes that would beg to differ. The groups our students are in now will not be teammates, but opponents. Only one can move on. Called it. Other competitors express their concern or disappointment or surprise in various ways, including but not limited to yelping, going wide-eyed, staring at their group in fear, staring at their group with hostility, and hanging their heads in despair. The placements in the first round will decide the difficulty of your logic puzzles. The better you placed, the harder your puzzle will be. A group that has 10th, 15th, and 38th will have easier problems than one with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd but harder questions than a group with 4th, 28th, and 43rd. All questions in a group will be of the same difficulty. Call that the idea that the better you placed, the more hellish life would be for you going on. That's not all, listeners. Present Mike chimes in. In the individual groups, whoever placed best gets to do 2 puzzles of the same difficulty. Did not call that in the least. Izuku should have gone with Bakugo or Todoroki. Midnight begins to walk around, holding out tablets to each of the students. Select your name, instructs the heroine as she reaches Izuku's group. When everyone is signed in, there'll be a countdown and your question, or questions, will show up on screen. Type your answer and your reasoning. The first one done moves on. She moves on to the next group, leaving Izuku and the girls to scroll through the list and find their names. After signing in, Izuku looks up to his opponents with an apologetic half-smile. Sorry guys. I guess I accidentally made our questions harder. Tsuyu shrugs. Maybe it isn't great, but at least we don't have to do 2 questions. You drew the short straw here, Midoriya. Hagakure, on the other hand, is completely oblivious to the conversation, jumping up and down excitedly. We're on the screen. Sure enough, Izuku glances up at the big screens to see black boxes slowly but surely turning into videos, each labeled with the name of a student. He raises his tablet, staring at his box on screen, deliberately turning the device and watching as the image behind his name changes with his movements. They're projecting their reactions. Interesting. When every box has come to life with a live feed, they get a 5-second countdown before questions appear on screen. A civilian intervenes in a hero fight. They save the hero's life, but it allows the villain to get away. Should the civilian be punished? Why or why not? Answer in 150 words or less. Izuku can't stop the laughter before it spills out, probably making for a great image on the big screen. His mind jumps back to the slime villain incident. Yeah, it's not exactly the same, but it's pretty and close. It's also interesting that at least this question seems to be a question of morals and ethics as well as logic. He starts typing his answer quickly. The civilian should not be punished. If the civilian saved the hero's life, that means the hero would have died otherwise. And odds are, what with this hero-saturated society, there was at least one other hero around. Since the civilian had saved the hero, the other hero would have nothing to do besides pursue the villain. The villain's escape should be blamed on the hero rather than the civilian, if blame should be placed at all. A law should not be worth more than a life. And, if the civilian didn't use their quirk, there was no law broken. There was no vigilantism. There is nothing to punish them for. He taps the done button, moving on to his next question. From the looks of things, Tsuyu and Hagakure are still working on their questions. Midoriya looks confident. Present my comments. And plenty of others much less so. Aizawa returns. Of course Izuku is confident. His question was easy. There is a hostage situation in a densely populated residential district. The villain has a quirk that you could easily fight and win against, but they're holding a civilian hostage, threatening to kill them if anyone attempts to intervene in any way. How do you proceed? Explain in 200 words or less. Back off and let the police other heroes handle it. Engage the villain. Try to talk the villain down. Offer yourself in exchange for the hostage. Multiple choice? Izuku scans the options a few more times, trying to use process of elimination to come to an answer. A isn't correct, as letting others handle it does nothing to solve the problem. The other heroes on scene could do something to exacerbate the situation, possibly ending in the hostage's death. B, for Izuku personally, is a head-ass decision. Whatever the villain has ready to kill the hostage, Izuku would almost definitely be slower than it. He wouldn't be even halfway to the villain before the hostage's body hit the ground. C could also go horribly wrong. Bargaining would be setting the villain free, while trying to sympathize could anger the villain. And they'd kill the hostage. That just leaves D, which is stupid. You'd be incapacitating yourself, making yourself a liability, and forcing the other heroes to try and save you now instead. It doesn't end the situation, just replaces the person in danger. Sneaky. Very, very sneaky. None of the answers are right. Not in Izuku's eyes, at least. I choose choice E, none of the above. All have much more possibility for disaster than I would like to have in any situation. In all honesty, it depends on the villain. If it's a student of mine or someone related to one, I would remind them of my one rule: don't commit crimes in my presence. I would then threaten to stop teaching them and anyone they're associated with. Those I teach take my services very seriously. If it isn't one of my students, depending on what they're threatening their hostage with, I may very well just shoot them, only aiming to kill if there is no way to ensure the civilian's safety otherwise. Though I'd want to preserve all life, a civilian's life comes before that of a villain. The boy submits his final answer, watching the screens around the stadium while he waits for anything to happen next. He isn't the first one done. Shinso and Siro each have a border of green around their images. Izuku glances to his part of the screen, waiting for the green border to show up around it. His answers are probably being evaluated. Finally, his box goes green and Tsuyu and Hagikure's go red. Tsuyu glances at him, surprised. You did both of yours already? He nods with a smile. They were both pretty simple for me. I have relative experience with both situations. It just seems whoever was judging the answers thought my ideas were right, or maybe my reasoning was good or something. Midnight collects their tablets with an intrigued look that lingers on Izuku momentarily. Did she see his answers, or is she just surprised that the one with 2 questions finished first? What were your questions like? Izuku asks casually, trying to waste time until the others are done. He can't imagine this to be very entertaining. What do you mean I got it wrong? Never mind. It's entertaining. A look to the screen shows Bakugu's furious face glaring at his tablet. Izuku almost worries he blows it up. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't handle an ethical logic puzzle. So he blew up his tablet. Very entertaining. For some unknowable reason, Izuku finds himself unsurprised at Bakugo's explosive outburst. Your mom's gonna be sad if she has to pay for that, he calls, drawing the blonde's murderous intent from the flaming wreckage of his tablet to what might end up the flaming wreckage of a quirkless boy. Kirishima, who apparently either finished already or decided Izuku's life was more important than moving on, holds Bakugo back from charging and possibly maiming Izuku. How sweet. He does, however, wonder what kind of question could cause that kind of reaction in Bakugo. Sure, he doesn't like being wrong, but he's more of the type to try again. And he's definitely not the type to give up a chance at winning like that. Maybe Izuku can ask Nedzu under the guise of teachy purposes. Bakugo isn't the only one who looks rather upset. Todoroki does too. Izuku can't help but think he may be partially to blame for that. He did kind of rip into the bicolored teen earlier. Like, none of it was a lie, but he probably could have said it better. Gentler or something. Not with annoyance and possibly some anger fueling his words. Maybe he should apologize? Todoroki lets his tablet drop to his side with a more neutral expression than the pure frustration moments ago. A look at the screens adorning the stadium lets Izuku know he's moving on, too. At least that means Izuku going off didn't keep him from advancing. If that was the case, Izuku would not have been happy with himself in the least. Just a few minutes later, the finalists are announced along with the brackets for the 1v1s. When he locks eyes with his first opponent, Izuku can see the fear in his soul. Shinso does not look enthused in. So, Todoroki puts Zero into a glacier not 2 seconds into their match. Izuku's going to have to fight that if he beats Shinso and the next guy. And Izuku is going to beat them. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He will win. 2 students step out into the stage, Izuku swinging his crowbar idly and Shinso walking with his hands in his pocket. They both look much more relaxed than they really should. So, on a scale from 1 to flat earther at an astrophysics convention, how absolutely f-ed am I? Shinso asks, a lazy smile on his face. Izuku shrugs, holding his crowbar across his thighs. Very, he replies, dropping his weapon of choice. He feels Shinso take control of him just for a moment, then gets jarred out of it by his crowbar falling on his foot. Shinso just sighs, shaking his head and laughing to himself. I'm not sure what else I was expecting. Not wanting to hurt his foot further, Izuku doesn't respond, slowly approaching his friend opponent. Shinso steps back, making Izuku wonder about the purple-themed teen's plan. A dark look passes over Shinsu's face before disappearing, his resolve clearly visible. You know, Midoriya, I know you're here to break down barriers and stuff, but really? What do you think a quirkless F-up like yourself can do? What are you trying to prove? Oh, this motherfucker. Izuku steps forward, clenching his jaw. He's just fishing for a reaction. Izuku will lose if he reacts. You only got this far because you played the system. You have no true merits, and we both know that. Just give up before someone else gets hurt because of you. His head tilts, his eyes dark as he continues. Sure, you stopped the USJ from being worse than it could have been, but come on. You can't honestly think that might not have been your fault. You knew the villains. Who says you didn't lead them there? Who says you didn't paint the target on your class's back? Izuku's eye twitches, but then he notices his friend's expression. It's pained. Like it's physically hurting him to say these things. Izuku should end this quickly. He rushes his friend, going for a punch that Shinso barely dodges. The taller boy seems to be banking on the idea that he can make Izuku react. Everything you're working for will mean nothing. It means something now. Izuku kicks out, refusing to use the crowbar just yet. The hit sends Shinso sprawling to the ground, but he doesn't give up. Teaching people won't keep them from crime. It'll cut down on it. Shinso scrambles to his feet, pulling up a guard. No one gives a shit about quirkless rights. Izuku isn't no one. The crowbar twirls in his hand as he advances, backing Shinso into a corner. You're useless. Worthless. Everything you were called in middle school was true and you know it. But we both know you don't honestly think that. You believed in me even in the moments I didn't. It hurts, hearing this stuff from a friend. Even if he clearly doesn't believe a word he's saying. To hear everything he's been fighting come from the mouth of someone Izuku cares about is horrible. But it isn't enough to get Izuku to react. He's heard it all before. Shinso chuckles, a small, somber noise that stops Izuku in his tracks. Wow. I can't even drag a reaction out of you, he mutters, kicking at the concrete. I'm just bad at this, aren't I? Maybe everyone was right. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a hero. Izuku is going to smack him. He actually sounds like he believes it this time. I mean, look at you. You made it into the hero course through the entrance exam without a quirk. How am I supposed to compete with that? Izuku gets chills, his hands shaking by his side. By being the best you can be. By proving to everyone here that you belong in the hero course. By not beating yourself up at every failure. I'm just an idiot. I'm stupid and weak and God, I can't believe I actually thought I could beat you. What is wrong with me? The quirkless boy's vision starts to blur slightly, his eye twitching. Maybe I should just dash. He doesn't get the chance to finish his sentence, since Izuku slams his shoulder into his chest, derailing his pity parade and sending him flying out of the ring. Maybe you should just stop talking shit. Izuku shouts. You have as much right to the hero course as I do. If I can worm my way in, so can you. The green-haired ball of rage jumps off the concrete platform, leaning over Shinso, who sits on the grass, wide-eyed. Shinso, you will be a hero, and a DM good one at that. You were the first person to believe in me for nothing in return. You're smart enough to see that insulting my friend would do more than insulting me. You were strong enough to fight as best you could and even fight against the part of your mind telling you not to say what you did. You're not here to compete with me. In a few years, we will be working side by side. We will be the heroes no one thought could do it. And we will be an example, set a precedent, show the world that quirkless doesn't mean worthless and that a so-called villainous quirk doesn't mean villain. He helps Shinso to his feet, pulling him into a hug. I said it in my speech and I'll say it again. We are not what we are called. After a moment of silence that fills the stadium, Midnight cracks her whip. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya moves on to the next round, she announces, clear tones splitting the still air. The children head off into one of the tunnels together, their echoing footsteps the only noise until Shinso begins to speak. I'm sorry, he mumbles, eyes on the floor beneath their feet. It was mean and I shall dash. It was strategy, interrupts his companion tersely. And a DM good one at that. I knew about your quirk, so you wouldn't be able to catch me off guard with it. That means you'd have to fight or instigate me into replying. Izuku glances to the side, catching the guilty expression plain on his friend's face. You doing that at all tells me a lot. A lot of good things. It tells me that you care about me and trust me enough that if I were to attack you like that, it wouldn't murder our friendship. It also shows that you trust me enough to be understanding about it. He stops, which makes Shinso stop to face him. And I do understand. That fight had much higher stakes for you than it did me. I'm just trying to see how far I can go, but you're trying to join the hero course. A win there could have brought you up to 1A or B. And I'm sorry I took that from you. Shinso blinks a few times before he mutters, well, I'd rather lose to you trying than take a win because you didn't give a sheet. It was still a move and dash. Izuku jabs at his shoulder, cutting him off. If you really feel so shitty about it, get me something from concessions. That'll more than make up for it. Fine. Well, Izuku will happily hand it to him. Todoroki is as persistent as that rash you should really see your doctor about, and just as annoying. He snags Izuku on his way back to his seat after Shinso buys him a slushie as reparation for his unkind words. We'll be fighting in the semi-final round. Perceptive, Todoroki. Real perceptive. Yep. Seems to be the case so long as we both win the next round too. Can I go sit down, or did you want to tell me that the sky is blue and our principal is some non-humanoid mammal first? Can't you be civil for once? I can. I am very good at civility. It's just that every time I talk to you, you act and butt. It makes me think my civility is wasted on you. Izuku takes a long, obnoxious sip from his slushie, not breaking eye contact. Todoroki's face scrunches in annoyance. I would like to have a conversation. Is that or is that not allowed? He grits out, tone even and coated with a forced politeness. Izuku keeps his expression bored, holding the silence like a thin sheet of glass in the palm of his hand. He lets it rest there for as long as he can, honestly just trying to be the biggest nuisance he can possibly be. It's only when Todoroki looks ready to scream that Izuku shatters it. Of course it's allowed, he casually replies. What did you want to talk about? See? It pays to be nice. Grumbling to himself, Todoroki grabs Izuku by the slushy-free arm, trying to drag him along. It doesn't work well. Izuku shakes off his classmate's grip with a harsh glare. Fine. Just follow me. I'm not sure you'd want this talked about in front of people. Consider Izuku's interest piqued. The scarred teen leads Izuku to an empty hallway. The two stare at each other for an indefinite amount of time, leading Izuku to wonder if he's going to miss Ochako's match. He wishes the other would just get on, you confuse me. With it. Yeah, like that. I confuse a lot of people. You'll have to be more specific. Todoroki rolls his eyes. Fine. What's your relationship with All Might? Clear, concise, to the point. Good question. Oh, we're absolute besties, Izuku deadpants. It all started the day I jumped off the roof of my middle school to prove a point. Mr. Hero Man didn't want to pop my dislocated shoulder back into place. Evidently, this isn't the answer Todoroki was expecting. You jumped off the roof? Asks the stunned teen, eyes wide. Izuku nods, shrugging. Not to the pavement, of course. That would have been a dumb move and I'd probably be dead. I also didn't jump, Percy. I walked off and caught myself on a windowsill, which would explain the shoulder. He rocks casually on the ball of his feet, scanning his classmates' features for any reaction. Why? He says it so quietly, yet so full of emotion that it takes Izuku aback. But didn't he already say why? To prove a point, repeats the freckled boy. What point? Todoroki asks, genuinely confused, maybe even concerned. Izuku's probably just imagining that second part, though. That words can hurt. That one should never tell someone to kill themselves. Especially not if there's a chance they'll go through with it. Holy shit. That is a look of genuine concern and worry on Todoroki's face. Izuku never thought he'd see the day. The taller's eyes go soft as he stares at Izuku. Are you okay? He inquires quietly. Izuku puts on a smile, more game show host than actual human being, but that's beside the point. I mean, I didn't go all the way down, did I? He looks away, allowing his companion to mull this over. I actually had friends and a purpose for once in my life. There's no way I was giving that up, Izuku murmurs after a moment, glancing at Todoroki to see the boy looking almost lost. His next words are quiet, so much so Izuku has to strain to hear them. I'm sorry. He's sorry. He's sorry? You're not the one who told me to kill myself and hope for a quirk in the next life. Is there a reason you asked about All Might? Yeah. And I'm sure that shoulder thing isn't the full extent of your connection to him. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's not as if I'll be revealing my entire tragic backstory to a guy who only just now started showing me an emotion that wasn't some form of contempt. Todoroki nods, probably subconsciously, taking that as his cue to reveal his tragic backstory. As you know, my father is Endeavor, the second greatest hero of all time. Not like he deserves that title. He's caused more trouble for me and my students than every other hero combined. A big chunk of Izuku's first few paychecks from UA have actually gone toward repairing damage caused by that a-hole. Any connection you have to the number one guy is all the more reason to beat you. But Izuku wants to get farther, even if it's just for Shinsu's sake. If he gets pretty far, Shinso looks better despite his loss. He might be able to get into the hero course if Izuku looks like an impossible-to-beat opponent. My dad is a powerful BSTRD who's only interested in getting stronger. Sure, he's gone and made a name for himself as a hero, a strong one at that, but to him, All Might is just an obstacle and an eyesore. He could never beat All Might on his own, so he came up with another plan. Izuku doesn't like where this is going. Worst part is that he doesn't see another logical answer. One that isn't horrible and disgusting. Where are you going with this? Asks the greenette, a suspicious look in his eye. Have you heard of quirk marriages? And it seems Izuku's bad feeling has just been confirmed. Most prevalent in the second and third generations of quirks, strong quirk users would force those with favorable quirks into marriage just to pass on a stronger version of their own quirk to their offspring. It's vaguely illegal now, though no one ever does anything about it, Izuku recites, as if reading from a textbook. He just did a lesson on these with Dabi's group. Dabi looked kind of uncomfortable the whole time, but clammed up when Izuku tried to ask him about it. So, are you saying? Izuku's fingers twitch and a broiling anger bubbles up from his stomach. Yeah. With his influence and money, he was easily able to convince my mother's family to marry her off. All this just to raise me to be a hero that could do what he never could, surpass All Might. Well, raise is a strong word. I prefer train, like a fighting dog. I hate it. I hate being a tool for that piece of shit. The greenette winces at the way the taller boy's voice breaks as he raises in volume, the emotions spilling out of his words. I remember. Todoroki's fingers come up to brush his scar. I remember that my mother always cried. I hate that left side of yours, she'd said before throwing scalding water on my face. Those words make Izuku's rage go cold, icicles scratching through his veins and frost wrapping around his heart. It's why I won't use my left side. If I rise to the top without using his quirk, I'll have denied him everything. He scans Izuku's face, but he finds nothing. There's nothing to find. An anger this cold leaves the face neutral. Anyway, I should dash. That is some stupid logic. The words stop Todoroki from leaving, the ball of his foot grinding into the floor as he stalls. He looks back with an incredulous look backed by some slight anger. Welcome to the FANG club. If he groomed you to surpass All Might, he won't care if you do it with your full quirk or with the power of song or some faith, trust, and a bit of pixie dust. Izuku stares into Todoroki's eyes, understanding the story behind that scar and his reasons for not using half his quirk for the first time. This doesn't excuse your behavior. I still think you're AD-. But at least I can understand it now. Endeavor doesn't deserve to be called a hero. He barely deserves to be called a person. I kind of want to ruin that scumbag. Drop the kind of and replace it with a really. Todoroki chokes on his own tongue before breaking out in a "he'll kill you." Not necessarily. I mean, if you think about it, Izuku holds a lot of standing. A lot of influence. Despite his age, people listen to him. Take the USJ, for example. He ended it without any bloodshed. If he really wanted to, he could probably raise a small army against Endeavor. Or he could go to the info brokers and take him down quietly, using that network to make him crumble. Or he could ruin his reputation badly enough that he has to step down unless he wants to be crushed under the weight of his crimes. Izuku thinks he remembers the story on Endeavor's wife getting sent to a mental ward after burning Todoroki. He wonders if getting her to make a statement after being proved not insane would be what the F-? The greenette looks up from his mumble, he was mumbling, to see Todoroki looking like a cat being held above water. Whoops. How why dash? Izuku tilts his head curiously, eyes wide and honest. Your father has continually caused issues for me, and has generally been a bad person. Sadly, it isn't hard for me to believe he is what you say he is. How much did I say? The look in Todoroki's eye says he heard the part about the small army. I'm a problem solver by nature and my mind works pretty fast, which would be where the mumbling comes in and I'm doing it again. I should slow down. Anyway, I get a problem and my mind automatically goes, how to fix. So yeah. When Todoroki gets over the initial shock that his classmate has the mind of a highly decorated general, he squares his shoulders and narrows his gaze in an attempt to look confident and intimidating. Given he was just scared shitless a few moments ago, this isn't very effective. I've got it handled, he insists. There is no need for you to take any action. The shorter of the pair mimics his stance, actually pulling off the desired look because he didn't just look like a deer in the headlights of an oncoming tractor trailer. I honestly don't care. I won't go out of my way to do anything to him, but I make no promises about what will happen if my hand is forced. Izuku has looked a serial killer in the eye and told him off so badly he stopped killing. Endeavor places no fear in Izuku's heart. Let him kill me. He'll just be putting a hit out on himself. One that a good amount of people will answer the call of. With that, he makes his leave. He's really going to be upset if he missed Ochako's match. He missed Ochako's match. Katsuki did not follow Deku and half. That much is a fact. Believe him or don't. He doesn't give a flying F-faced sheet about your opinion. After a minute of Deku being his normal pain-in-the-butt self, Icy Hot finally gets to what he wants from the nerd. Shouldn't he be done with him by now? Deku already announced that he was quirkless. What could that BSRD possibly gain from associating with a worthless, quirkless piece of sheet like Deku? Watch what you're saying. Remember what happened last time you said the wrong thing? Even if it kills him, Katsuki will find a way to silence that stupid voice of doubt once and for all. What's your relationship to All Might? That's all he wanted to ask? What a waste of a question. Even Katsuki knows Deku wouldn't, we're absolute besties. Have any connection to all God FANG, damn it. Always need to make Katsuki wrong, don't you, Deku? It all started the day I jumped off the roof of my middle school to prove a point. Mr. Hero Man didn't want to pop my dislocated shoulder back into place. He doesn't want to hear about this. Katsuki doesn't want to listen. He doesn't. So why won't his feet move? Stop talking about it, Stop telling the story. Icy Hot doesn't need to know about it. Katsuki doesn't want to remember it. You jumped off the roof? Yeah. And forced Katsuki to watch. Because Deku's a self-serving dickhead that doesn't know when to stand aside, to give up, to stop chasing after something clearly not meant for him and let someone who actually deserves to succeed. Maybe you're the one who isn't supposed to succeed. Could you maybe shut the F up for once in your stupid, pitiful, wasted life? It's your life too, Katsuki. I am you. What point? Candy Cane asks when Katsuki comes out of his head. That words can hurt. That one should never tell someone to kill themselves. Especially not if there's a chance they'll go through with it. Katsuki feels sick. There wasn't a chance, right? Deku wouldn't have. That nerd is stubborn as all hell. He wouldn't. Hi, Bakugo. You didn't kill me yet. But you could have, had I not had the support I have currently. Had this happened just a year ago. He remembers what Deku said that day. But you could have. There was a chance. There was definitely a chance. Katsuki walks away, quickly yet silently. Nothing infuriates him more than Deku. Izuku walks out onto the fighting platform, not even carrying the crowbar anymore. He doesn't think he could bring himself to use it on anyone. His opponent is Monoma Nito, but he doesn't really put the pieces together till he sees the blonde's face. Oh hey, I know you. Your quirk is copy, right? Ever since Izuku got his hands on the Hero Corps students' files, he's wanted to ask Monoma about his quirk. How does it work? Is there a time limit? Is it always active? Is it just people you touch with your hands or is it any skin contact? How many can you have at once? His questions come rapid fire, shooting from his mouth like a machine gun. Oh, it must SCK to be going against me right now, huh? Since I don't have a quirk and all. Whatever. Poor Monoma looks like he's been shot with a glitter gun. A dash. He makes a confused noise that literally cannot be translated into the written language. Oh shit. Guess it's a good thing you didn't copy Shinsu's quirk. That could have been bad. Oops. Anyway, what happens if you try to copy mutation quirks? Izuku realizes he doesn't actually know what quirk Monoma has copied right now. Better to keep talking and keep him from using it than to try and find out. Do you automatically get any form of mastery with whatever quirk you copy? Or are you starting out from square one? What's your favorite type of quirk to copy? Are some easier to copy than others? The quirkless boy starts inching forward, trying to get within reach so he can get Monoma out of the ring. What happens if you copy two at once? Can you copy from hair? What's it like being able to use so many quirks? Monoma actually looks a little scared. It's understandable. One should not be able to talk this much without taking a breath. Izuku gets within a yard of the blonde before he even knows what's happened. He takes a step back, whether out of shock, surprise, or fear, Izuku will never know. Do you think you could switch quirks quickly enough to make a move out of it? Like blow something up with Bakugo's quirk and make the bits float with Ochako's. With that, Izuku grabs his opponent by the collar and the front of his shirt, shoving him out of bounds and off the platform. Sorry, I'm just naturally curious. Monoma stares up at the sky from his position laying in the grass. What the hell just happened? Izuku laughs, hopping down and helping him up. I get that question a lot. It's better to just roll with it, I hear. What even are you? A grin jumps to Izuku's face, probably making him look like he has a sugar high. Hyper and full of energy. I actually got 3 full hours of sleep last night. Can you believe that? That's so much sleep. He bounces on the ball of his feet excitedly. Come on, dude. Let's get out of here so they can do the next match. That one. The one with the pink hair. The one leading Ida around by his nose after kicking but in her last fight. The one with all the machines and the microphone she apparently wired into the speaker system. The one currently advertising herself to the entire world. Izuku wants her. He needs to befriend her. Watch where you're going, child. Okay, we all know Izuku preaches to not commit crimes in his presence, but he really wants to commit a crime right now. Specifically aggravated assault. Sir, you are the one that bumped into me, the child explains, voice polite in a strained way. Endeavor glowers down at him and Izuku counts the hero lucky the boy got more than an hour of sleep, otherwise he'd have been met with a teacher glare. You're the one going against Shudo next, right? The quirkless boy. I am, sir. W-. I know you're weak, but at least try to give my masterpiece a good showing, won't you? Izuku takes a deep breath. And another. And another. And can't seem to quell the rage in his chest. Did you just call a human being a masterpiece, sir? As in a commodity? Something to be bought or sold and hung up on a wall to collect dust? Did you just compare a living, breathing, sapient creature to an object? Do you not understand that is the same line of thought SLV traders and owners used to justify slavery? And that slavery has been illegal for centuries. The so-called hero bristles. Now who do you think you are? Please note the lack of denial that just spikes Izuku's blood pressure. The teacher of those poor BS artists in the slums whose stores and homes you consistently destroy and the poor BSRD that gets to pay for the repairs. I'll tell you right now, I have a pretty good salary, especially for someone my age. I actually get to keep maybe 1.3% of it because I'm too busy spending my own money to make up for your utter incompetence. And who do you think you are? Izuku's fists ball and he's glad he doesn't have his crowbar. To run into me and claim it was my fault? To ruin countless lives daily while saving so few? To push your family to the point that your wife had a breakdown, one son bolted, and another hates your effing guts? Endeavor's flames flash in his outrage. You know dash. Izuku's face finally contorts into an expression of fury. If you say nothing, I will not hesitate to break your effing face. I don't care if I'm expelled, he hisses. I know that you put 3 families out of a home last week. They're now living with 2 other families in an apartment that should really only hold 4 at most. And I know that damage will likely take up my next 2 paychecks at least. I also know you alone have killed 87 innocent people in the 2 years that I've been teaching down there. It's for the greater good dash. Tell that to the newly orphaned children. To the mother who lost her significant other and both her kids in the same attack. To the 4-year-old boy who lost his sister, the only family he had left. To the guy who lost his arm to your flames trying to save a group of innocent children only to have 2/3 of them die, either to extensive burns or smoke inhalation. To me, who has had to watch these people I've grown attached to drop like leaves in autumn because you have no self-control. To me, who has watched you murder far too many people. To me, who ends up being the one to tell the mother her son is dead or the husband his wife lost her legs or the girl her mama might not make it through the night and she should go say goodbye while she can. Tears rest on Izuku's lower lid, not daring to drop. Flames only growing higher, Endeavor steps forward, towering over the teen. You should learn some respect, boy, he spits, raising his arm as if to backhand him. And Izuku smiles. He puts his arms out to the sides invitingly and tilts his head back. Then teach me. Hit me. Hurt me. Make me bleed. Cover me with burns. Kill me. See where it gets you. I can see the headlines now. Number 2 hero brutally murders quirkless slum tutor. Wouldn't that look nice, scrawled across every newspaper and scrolling along the bottom of every news report? So do it. His posture open and his neck exposed. Izuku smiles even wider. He's completely undefended, ready and accepting. He doesn't close his eyes, though. To do that would be to allow Endeavor a chance to forget that Izuku is alive, a person. He laughs at the hero with his eyes. Not because of any comedy to be found, but because of how absolutely pathetic he is. I am a child. I have done nothing wrong and haven't broken a single law. I am quirkless and weaponless. I am a teacher to those who can't afford an education and I can often be found solving conflicts without a drop of blood being shed. To harm me would be to kill your career. All Endeavor can do is snarl, slowly lowering his hand. Better, Izuku grins, dropping his arms to his sides. I should ruin you. Tank your career and reveal your evils to the world. Sue you for all you're worth and then some. I won't not yet, at least. You have until I graduate to get your sheet together. No more needless destruction or deaths. No more leaving the damages you wrought unpaid for. And if I hear once that you laid a single hand on any of your children, you're dead. Socially and physically. Am I clear? You little dash. Am I clear? Todoroki NG, this is a simple question even one with as fed up a brain as the one you're hiding behind your ego can answer. No one ever calls Izuku. They always text. He should have assumed something was wrong when he got a call in the first place. Hi. Hey, Sora pauses every syllable and does nothing to make Izuku feel the warm, fuzzy feelings. Ingenium's little brother is in your class, right? Yeah. His friend hums, sounding uncomfortable. Our Iki saw Stain attack Ingenium earlier. Izuku's blood runs cold and his jaw clenches. I take it Ingenium wasn't fine? Ricky ended up having to call an ambulance. His eye twitches. That's where I should find him. You are not lecturing a serial killer again. Not on my watch. Then don't watch. Besides, I'm an Ida. Bye, Sora. Don't be an idiot. It takes Izuku a good deal of time to calm down after his confrontation with Endeavor, but it was definitely necessary. He'd hate himself if he snapped at his friends because a dumpster fire set him off. Just as he decides he's cooled down enough, Ida walks out of the audience section, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Before the greenette can say anything, he answers his ringing phone, forcing Izuku to watch his expression go from neutrality to confusion to abject horror. He's shaking by the time he hangs up, and the tutor already knows what he was just told. Hey, he greets gently, which causes Ida to quickly spin to see who's there. He doesn't bother wiping his wet eyes. Izuku doubts he even notices them. You're not okay. I'm fine, the taller of the two objects, though his voice crack doesn't support his claim in the least. I'm fine. This second one sounds more like he's trying to convince himself. Izuku would rather not fight him on it now. I assume you're going to the hospital now? He receives wide eyes followed by a stiff nod. I can come with you. You shouldn't be alone right now, in my opinion. The blue-haired boy shakes his head. It's all right, Midoriya. You're still in the competition. And you're more important than the competition. I've made my mark already anyway. I'd rather see you get to your brother safely than win some stupid medal. In the end, despite any protest given, Midoriya drops out alongside Tenya and sits next to him on the train. For the most part, the green-haired teen keeps his nose in a book on anatomy, but peeks up at his companion with what appears to be concern every once in a while. Tenya doesn't trust him. No, he's not being ridiculous. It isn't far-fetched to think that maybe, just maybe, Midoriya had something to do with the attack on his brother. Think about it. Midoriya clearly has ins with villains, clearly terrible people who bend to his every whim, and he also knew what happened to Tensei without Tenya telling him. Sure, he claims it was one of his students who found Tensei, and that student just decided to call Midoriya to, what, warn him? Tell him the job got flubbed? So yeah, Midoriya came along with Tenya to go see Tensei. And yeah, it was partially because Tenya didn't want to be alone right now. But it's also because agreeing to let him come along was the safer choice. Don't disagree. Don't give him a reason to put Tenya in a bed next to his brother. Midoriya and Tenya accidentally meet eyes. Midoriya gives him a small smile. Despite the distrust roiling in his gut, Tenya forces himself to return the gesture. From the moment they enter the hospital, Izuku keeps his mouth shut as much as possible, only really speaking so Ida doesn't have to. We're here to see Ida Tensei, he tells the receptionist, letting his classmate hang back. Relation to the patient? The woman behind the counter asks. He points behind himself at Ida. His little brother. I only came to make sure he got here okay. The lady gives an understanding nod. Room 236. Thank you, Izuku replies with a relieved smile before motioning for his classmate to follow him. He's going to be okay, he tells the taller student as they walk. Ida swallows and nods. Of course he will. My brother. He's strong. If he's anything like you, of course he is. When they reach Ingenium's room, Izuku hangs out in the hall outside, a little unsure of what to do with himself. Sure, he got them here all safe and sound in one piece, not actively having a complete breakdown whatever, but what is he supposed to do now that that's been achieved? Lesson plans? Yeah, lesson plans. He hunkers down on the floor across from the Ida's door with his phone to reorganize his classes, trying to separate them more by skill level than they previously were. How he has them currently is just causing him hell. That seems to be a recurring theme in this life. He wonders who he effed over in a past life to give him this kind of karma. Excuse me? The boy's head whips up and his wide eyes lock with red-rimmed ones. Blue hair. Ida's mom or something? Are you lost? Izuku shakes his head. Are you Mrs. Ida? The woman nods. I'm one of your. He realizes he has no idea if Ida has any siblings apart from his older brother. Of Tenya's classmates. That given name feels weird in his mouth and he doesn't like it. Oh, you dumb beach, you could have said your sons. I was with him when he got the call about his brother. Didn't really want him coming alone. That alone causes her to start crying again. With his already wide eyes going impossibly wider, the tutor scrambles to his feet, unsure what to do. Mrs. Ida suddenly hugs him, making that discomfort a bit stronger. Thank you so much, she whimpers into his shoulder. Not a problem. My pleasure. Holy mother of gumdrops. I am so not suited for this sort of thing. It's official. Izuku's being avoided. By Ida, of all people. You know, the class rep who will stick his nose wherever he feels it's needed, even if that's the receiving end of one of Bakuga's temper tantrums, makes everything his business, and sees no reason not to talk to anyone? So yeah. Izuku's feeling wonderful about himself. It's probably nothing, just him being upset over what happened to his brother. He reminds himself as he looks over his internship offers for Experience Week. Experience Week. Surprisingly enough, Izuku got a good amount of offers. Not nearly as many as Todoroki or Tokoyami, who came second and first respectively in the sports festival, but still a decent number, especially given his quirklessness and the fact that he dropped out in the semifinals. Even more surprisingly, there's a hero's name on his list he doesn't recognize. Some guy called Gran Torino. Izuku definitely doesn't have his phone under his desk during math as he tries to dig up literally anything about the apparent cryptid to no avail. It's almost as if the man doesn't exist. Now I have to intern with him just to satiate my curiosity, don't I? That answer is yes. No matter what Izuku's doing for the next 24 hours, he's got half his brain trying to find any information on this mysterious hero. On the train? He's Googling Gran Torino. Doing homework? Making a list of reasons why he might not have heard of him. Finishing up teaching plans? Erasing where he accidentally started writing about enigmas and replacing it with evolution. Hell, the only time he can really get it off his mind is when he shoots Nedzu an email at around 2 in the morning, and that's only because it's that important to him. From midoriai@ua.co.jp to nedzu@ua.co.jp. Subject: Experience Week. Good morning. Please forgive the stupid hour, but I didn't want to wait until a more decent time and risk forgetting. My main concern right now is Ida Tenya. After his brother got attacked by the hero killer, he's been pretty out of it if that makes sense. I'd like for him to talk to Hound Dog, but I don't think it's my place to do anything with that. The main reason I wanted to email you is about keeping him out of Hosu. Disdain sticks to his pattern. He won't leave the city until he attacks 1 or 2 more heroes, which means he'll probably still be in Hosu during our Experience Week. I'd worry about Ida running into him and doing something stupid or completely freezing up. In all reality, we should probably be keeping all students out of Hosu until Stain moves on or is captured, just to be safe. Thanks for your time. Midoriya Izuku. He relaxes into his chair, basking in the moment of empty mind that comes oh so rarely. He's not thinking about his next lesson or doing his homework, or what he and All Might are supposed to do for his next class, or. Instead, he watches the night sky, trying fruitlessly to count the stars. Sometimes it's nice not being busy. A ping from his computer brings him back to the screen, back to every single thought that vies for his attention at this so pleasant hour of the morning. From nedzu@ua.co.jp to midoriai@ua.co.jp. Subject: Experience Week. You bring up a good point, Midoriya, though you're not the first to mention keeping students' agencies away from Hosu. It was already being spoken of. However, should a student intern with a hero attempting to hunt down Stain, There's not much UA can do to keep them from participating in the search. As for getting Ida in to see Hound Dog, I'll see what I can do. Now go to sleep. I won't be happy if you fall asleep in tomorrow's staff meeting. Principal Nedzu. That's pretty damn and good. Izuku goes to sleep content. Mr. Aizawa? Shuda's eyes drag open, lifting to meet Ida's with a slight hint of annoyance. He was just about to fall asleep, damn it. Could I have a word? What is it? The boy's eyes shift elsewhere, openly displaying his discomfort. I was a bit, worried about Midoriya? Dear God, what did the gremlin do this time? He was really friendly with the villains at the USJ. Shoyuta has an idea of where this is going. And he knew my brother was hurt before I did. I was just concerned he was secretly working for or commanding the villains? The teacher offers skeptically, to which he receives a nod. I really hate my job sometimes. A good number of the villains at the USJ are people he teaches. Outside of UA, he acts as a teacher/tutor for those who need it. This seems to sufficiently confuse the student. Teacher? His head tilts and his eyes narrow almost suspiciously. Yes, Ida. Teacher. I completely understand where your worries are coming from, but he's not. Just know. Confusion and suspicion shift to straight frustration before disappearing altogether to an oddly emotionless expression, considering which student this is. If it were Shuji, Todoroki, Tokoyami, or someone like that, it wouldn't be so curious, but this is Ida, robot arms and undying passion for what he believes, Tenya. Thank you for your time. And Ida walks out the door. Something's wrong with him. Something's very wrong. Midoriya's words during the sports festival really forced Shudo to look at things a little differently. Honestly, no matter how much the guy bothers him, he made some valid points. Why would Dad care how he gets to the top so long as he gets there? He's never been the type to care about the means so long as the ends meet his standards. He still can't believe Midoriya's quirkless. And that he ran out on their fight. Fucker. No, Yagi. I have to catch my train and I'm not going to be the a-hole yapping the entire train ride and bothering everyone else in the car. Speaking of Midoriya, the other student walks at the same pace as Shudo toward the train. Guess they're taking the same train? We'll talk more about it at the end of the week. Midoriya tells whoever's on the other end of the phone in exasperation. One of these days, you'll have to come up with your own ideas for this type of thing. You're the one who took the job. I'm hanging up now. He jabs his phone screen and stuffs the device into his pocket with a small sigh. That didn't sound pleasant, Shudo comments as they walk, unconsciously falling into step beside his classmate. Midoriya rolls his eyes. Sadly, he's not the most difficult person I have to deal with. Would that be Bakugu? That gets a surprised snort out of the greenette. He is a pain, isn't he? He grins. What hero are you interning with? Shudo gets the feeling his companion isn't going to like his answer. My father, he replies anyway. Midoriya gives him an incredulous look, basically questioning his sanity. Don't look at me like that. Green hair bounces as the shorter of the pair shakes his head derisively. If he pulls any sheet, castrate him. Shudo trips in his surprise. Just F him up. Once the taller recovers, the conversation becomes much easier. Neither party is overly hostile, quite the opposite, really. Midoriya actually smiles and makes jokes like he does with most everyone else in the class. Was it really just Shudo's attitude that made him close himself off so heavily? At least the train ride isn't awfully boring like it usually is. Color Izuku impressed that Todoroki is actually tolerable when he doesn't have that stick so far up his but he's spitting out splinters. It's enough to keep his mind occupied for the whole walk from the train station to the place he's supposed to be staying this week. He's not calling it an agency. He refuses. Agencies don't look like this, all old and decrepit, ready to fall apart, covered in graffiti and hazard tape. Honestly, this place looks more like somewhere Izuku would teach rather than learn. Regardless, he walks in the front door, sighing when he sees the dead body of an old man surrounded by what might be blood. One normal day. It's all I'm asking for. Why is that too much to ask? Maybe he's not dead? As he drops his belongings and gets his phone out, The boy reaches for the possible corpse's neck to check for a pulse. The next few seconds are kind of a blur. First the corpse uncorpses, which means Izuku goes flying back, both out of surprise and a soul-deep desire not to get his face broken by the not corpse. He doesn't think his insurance covers the undead, and the phone he was about to use to call emergency services on. The pulse check was going to tell him if he wanted an ambulance or the coroner. Goes flying out of his hand and into the wall before landing face down on the ground with a less than pleasant crack. The clearly not dead body rockets around the room at an incredible speed, one Izuku would probably be marveling at if he weren't too busy wiping the splatter of, is that ketchup? He licks his finger and confirms it is, indeed, ketchup. Ketchup off his face and going for his phone. Don't be broken. Don't be broken. Don't be broken. He ducks a close encounter a la Mr. Not Dead's deadly little feet and flips his phone over to reveal. I'm getting tired of replacing the screen on this thing, Izuku mutters to his spiderweb reflection in the shattered glass. At least glad the wretched device still turns on. Who are you? At least the guy stopped bouncing all over the place. Izuku does, however, continue pointedly ignoring him, opting to inspect his poor phone instead. He can probably keep using it without repairing it. The sharp jab at his shoulder makes the old man a bit harder to ignore. Hey brat, I asked you a question. The boy doesn't even dignify the guy with a glance his way. You broke my phone screen, he deadpans with a sigh, putting his phone in his pocket a moment later. Every once in a while, he wishes he weren't so desensitized to shit like this. A normal person would have been scared or angry or something, but honestly, Izuku's just done. I'm Midoriya Izuku. And you're Gran Torino, I assume, the boy asks, vocally embodying just how done he is. Confusion overtakes the man's features. What did you say? How'd you get into my house? Wonderful. Either Izuku's got the wrong place or he's stuck with a senile old man for the week. Just lovely. Curiosity really does kill the cat, huh?